Anami, member, the Honorable Jael Omunyangoli, member, and the Honorable Victoria Shikutwa, member. Honorable members, the delegation accompanied by 4 staff is on a visit to share best practices in executing their mandate with the counterpart committee of the House. On my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. Thank you. Next. Yes, Junaid, what is out of order? Give Honorable
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to raise on a point of order on an issue that I want to bring before you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of code of dressing, Mr. Speaker.
Code of dressing?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, it is well stipulated in standing orders that when you are coming to Parliament, you must be dressed properly. And especially you must be dressed in a shirt which has a collar with a button. And if you look at the way Honorable Didibas Barasa is dressed, Mr. Speaker, this one you can only qualify to be the king of Bukusus, not in Parliament here, Mr. Speaker. I know we are from recess, but Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Honorable Junet, thou shalt not engage in the trivia.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
If you know the history of Kenya, Bukusus have never had a king. Yes. Address the issue of dressing and leave out communities. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, I meant it is you, except that he was masquerading. I wanted to say that. But the king of Bukusus is known in the country. I don't want to mention names, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, this kind of dressing, now that we have come back from a recess, Mr. Speaker, it's going to allow many members to dress in any way they feel like.
What part of his dress is objectionable?
Mr. Speaker, he's not dressed in a manner that is stipulated in the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, there is no tie, there is no collar, and you know his body physique, his shirt size number 2, Mr. Speaker, is not even visible, Mr. Speaker, properly. So, Mr. Speaker, could you make a judgment on this matter? This is not the way to dress in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I want to bring it to your attention that a member is dressed not dressed properly in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members.
This is how now, like this one, Mr. Speaker. This is how Somalia Parliament dresses. Like the one who's entering in there.
Honorable members, this matter has been raised before by Senior Counsel Otienda Molo and 1 or 2 others. As I sit here every other day, I normally notice members who are inappropriately dressed. But the Speaker doesn't see, the Speaker doesn't hear, unless you bring it to their attention. Now that you have done so, it's not just about the manner in which the Honorable Member for Kimilli is dressed, but many of you have been persistent offenders against this rule. I will give you some guidance by next week. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and allow me to welcome members back to this last part of this session, Honorable Speaker. And as you have rightly said in your communication, Honorable Speaker, members have had time to not only rest, but to reflect on their work as legislators and representatives of their people. And I'm certain many of them did engage with their people during public participation on their NGCDF proposals. Honorable Speaker, with that, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26 September 2023. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for Larry Technical and Vocational College for the financial year ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022. 2 reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for Sabako Vocational Training Center for the years ended 30th June 2021 and 30th June 2022. 3. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022 and the certificates therein: Kamukunji Technical and Vocational College and Kipsinende Technical and Vocational College. 4. Annual report and financial statements for the Teacher Service Commission for the year ended 30th June 2022. 5. Annual report and financial statements of the Privatization Commission for the financial year ended 30th June 2022. 6. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein: Central Bank of Kenya and the Capital Markets Authority. Now, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, if you can please beg the clerk and the sergeant at arms office. This place is freezing, and I don't know why they don't set the temperatures at normal room temperatures of about 22 to 24. The Deputy Speaker keeps saying that it should be set at 22 to 24. And I am not coming from any hot meeting, as the Honorable Junet is suggesting. But the chamber, a number of members here are freezing.
Majority Leader had already felt it and directed the clerk to adjust accordingly.
You see, Junet.
Next, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, the Dr. Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26 September 2023. Reports of the Departmental Committee on Health on its consideration of 1. The Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, and 2. The Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Bukose. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure.
Honorable Speaker, I am waiting for the report. Give me 10 minutes. The
report is not here yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll stay number C and go to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes. Honorable Ken Chonga, can you approach the chair? Go to Roman 2. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure. Are you ready? Not yet. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Member for Kirinyaga, Njeri Maina. I hope you have recovered from the vicious assault that...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have recovered and I am doing much better. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 43.1, and I wish to make a general statement regarding the constant delay in the disbursement of National Government Affirmative Action Fund Honorable Speaker, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund was established with the objective of empowering women, youth, and persons with disabilities through financial support for various projects and initiatives at the county level. The National Government Affirmative Action Fund plays a crucial role in enabling beneficiaries to start or expand their businesses and improve their overall socio-economic well-being. However, NGAF has faced limitations in terms of funding, which hampers its ability to effectively implement its programs and reach its intended beneficiaries, raising concerns and frustrations to the beneficiaries who eagerly wait for the funds. Honorable Speaker, whereas the National Government Constituency Development Fund has a platform of follow-up on its matters through the Select Committee on the National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NGCDF, the National Government Affirmative Action Fund undergoes challenges due to the lack of a follow-up mechanism on its matters, as it is not domiciled under a specific committee. Honorable Speaker, while appreciating the efforts of the Deputy Speaker on her follow-up on matters of the National Government Affirmative Action Fund, there is need for establishment of a committee to specifically and formally handle matters regarding GAF. Honorable Speaker, it is on that basis I request you, understanding Order 1, to allow for establishment of a committee to follow up on disbursement of GAF and any other matters relating to it. Honorable Speaker, I thank you. In the same breath, Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank you, the Majority Leader, the Minority Leader of this House, the Deputy Majority Whip, and the many members of Parliament who supported me after my brutal attack while on duty in Kirinyaga County, Honorable Speaker. And in particular, Honorable Donya, who brought the matter on the floor of this House. I would also want to thank the people of Kirinyaga County for their prayers and their support. I seek your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, to have the Committee on Administration to handle this matter conclusively. Honorable Speaker, as I speak, no culprit has been apprehended, Honorable Speaker. To my political tormentor, Governor Anne Waiguru, you may think of me as an easy target.
Order, Wanjeri. I allowed you to make a statement about NGAF.
Honorable Speaker, now, I just sought to bring...
If you want to make a personal statement, order, honorable members, the conversations are too loud. If you want to sit down, Jerry. If you want to make a personal statement in the manner that you now digressed to, you seek the chair's approval, and I have no problem with that. You remember I even came to see you in hospital. So if you want to make a statement about the attack on you, focus on that. But you cannot use your statement on GAF to digress into something very personal. The two are not related. So I disallow you. But if you want to make a statement, we can allow you tomorrow. The Deputy Speaker will be chairing the morning session. She can allow you. You can make a personal statement, and when you make the statement, avoid the temptation to attack people who can defend themselves in this House. On the matter that you have...
Mr. Blige.
Okay, thank you, Wakili. On the matter that you have raised, Honorable Member for Kirinyaga, we don't need to set up a committee. Majority Leader, you need to listen to this. I direct that matters relating to NGAF, from now on going forward, this is a social fund. This matter will be handled by the Committee on Social Welfare. And any matters relating to NGAF should be directed to the committee, Departmental Committee on Social Welfare, and that is the committee to which all NGAF matters will be directed to. Social Protection, Committee on Social Protection, any matters relating to NGAF, any questions relating to NGAF, any agitation about NGAF, any complaints about NGAF will go to that committee. So, Majority Leader, communicate with the committee accordingly and inform the 47 beneficiaries of NGAF that from now on, that is their point of call. Thank you. Next. Yeah. Honorable Anthony Oluoch, member for Madare.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to raise a request for a statement regarding the projected funding ceilings for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 2024, 2025, and 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the reduction of the projected funding ceilings for the Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial years 2024, 2025, and 2025-2026. Honorable Speaker, in a circular dated 16th of August 2023, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, directed all regional directors of the authority to implement a reduction of the constituency roads allocation from 22% to 15%, and the critical roads allocation from 10% to 6.8%. Subsequently, the constituency roads committees, the CRC, were and have been requested to forward revised work plans for the financial years 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 in line with this directive. These reductions will greatly affect the maintenance of works undertaken by or in the constituencies. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Roads Board Act requires the National Assembly to approve all proposed programs under the Road Maintenance Levy Fund. Notably, the proposed programs did not receive the approval of the National Assembly. It is against this background that I request for a comprehensive report on this matter from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Transport and Infrastructure. Signed, Anthony Tom Oluoch, Member of Parliament, Madare. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Oluoch. Honorable GK, you are the chairman of the committee. Are you in a position to say something, or we give you time?
Yes, I am able to say something. Honorable Speaker, thank you, Honorable Oluoch, for raising the matter.
Are you saying something preliminary or something comprehensive?
I want to say preliminary and then I'll say comprehensive later.
Okay.
So the supposed reduction or hypothetical reduction of road maintenance fuel levy fund, Honorable Speaker, is something that was discussed somewhere in Naivasha by the summit of governors. Honorable Speaker, it concerns the financial year 2024-25, not the current financial year. And Honorable Speaker, this morning my committee met, the Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, and we did a report to require the DG of KRB and the DG of KERA to recall that circular, because only Parliament can amend the Road Act. There is no way KRB or the Governor's Summit will be able to amend the act that allocates money to our constituencies. So I want to ask the honorable member, do not be overly concerned the issues that were raised outside Parliament, because we are the only body that is mandated to change the law. Honorable Speaker, I think that settles the matter.
Yes.
But shortly, Honorable Speaker, I will table the report. It's almost ready. I'm waiting for the clerk to bring it over here, and I'll make a comprehensive statement. That will take not more than 15 minutes.
Yes, Jeanette.
Well done.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the chairman for trying to answer the question. But Mr. Speaker, he has said here in the House just now that this matter was discussed in Naivasha in a forum called IBEC. And we are not members of IBEC. Parliament is not represented in IBEC. Yes. That is a forum between the executive and devolved bodies, the executive and the county government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for people to purport to sit in a room in Naivasha, yes, to decide on matters touching on constituencies, Mr. Speaker, is an affront to the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we want to urge that before the Director General of KRB appears before the committee, yes, he should appear before the committee when that circular has been revoked, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this issue of the roads levy fund and the constituency roads fund is not something that started the other day, Mr. Speaker. It is as old as when you were in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, or before, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the chairman should not take this matter lightly. Otherwise, the consequences will be messy and noisy in this House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And it will have casualties like the Director General of Kera.
Honorable Junet, you may be required to pay royalties for intellectual property rights. Yes, Ichungwa, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Junet may not be aware, because he was out of the House for some time, that there is somebody in the House who holds the patent for the noisy and messy and there shall be casualties phrase. Just like the Honorable Junet holds the patent of one to do with something with cows. Na hii imeenda. Hii imeenda, that is Junet. Something to do with cows, that is for Junet. But Honorable Speaker, on the issue of Kera, Honorable Speaker, it's true what the Honorable Junet says, that there is nobody who can amend existing laws other than this House. And even on the statute that established the road maintenance fund that funds the 22 and 10% kitty in Kera, Honorable Speaker, it is only this House. And indeed, the communication that I did in a statement that I tabled before the House from the Cabinet Secretary for Transport and Infrastructure, he asserted that fact. Until and unless this House changes the law, then the funds remain as they were. But Honorable Speaker, I would want to beg, since the Honorable GK, the Chair of Transport Committee, had indicated that they have interacted with the agencies and you'll be tabling a report, we allow him to table that report when it is ready, and hopefully maybe we can have time to deliberate on a report that is already tabled once we benefit from what the agencies have indeed said. But just to re-emphasize that the status quo remains, and it must be that way until and unless we amend the law. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable GK, the chairman, is he here? You may now table your report and give notice of motion simultaneously.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 26th September 2023. Report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the proposed reduction of projected ceilings for Kenya Rural Roads Authority for the financial year 24-25 and 25-26. Honorable Chair, I also give a notice of motion for the same. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Oh, no, and you don't do that. You give notice of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I give notice of motion.
In the manner notices of motion are given.
Okay. Allow me to read, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give the motion on the reduction.
I beg to give notice of the following motion, then you read the motion as drafted.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the proposed reduction of projected ceilings of Kenya Rural Road Authority for financial year 24-25 and 25-26, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26 September 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. We will allocate you time tomorrow, probably in the afternoon, so that report can be debated for about an hour to put the matter to rest. Next order. Okay. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following procedural motion, Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House
This is a motion that you can move without notice. So you move the motion.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of the business under order number 12 in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Honorable Speaker, members will note that order number 12 is where we stopped in committee of the whole House on the sugar bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, sponsored by the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe. And Honorable Speaker, at the time we adjourned, we had begun amendments to the sugar bill. And Honorable Speaker, you know, I happen to be in Kakamega County, in Shinyalu constituency on Sunday for a church service. And it's indeed a great honor that we have representatives of the people from Kakamega County in the Speaker's gallery. And the question of the sugar bill is a matter that was put under a lot of pressure to ensure that we finish with this sugar bill, Honorable Speaker, and considering the huge business, especially government-sponsored business that is lined up in this last session, it is unlikely that if we go beyond today without processing this sugar bill, it may fall off the order paper the way the House Business Committee has prioritized business, and this being a private member's sponsored bill, is only fair that we accord the Honorable Wangwe, the committee chair, the Honorable Mutunga, and more so the members from the sugar belt in Western Kenya and parts of the coast time to be able to propose necessary amendments and pass this sugar bill so that it may be assented into law or processed further through Senate. Honorable Speaker, allow me to request the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the Minority Whip, to second that procedural motion.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion that has been moved by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge our members who are from the sugarcane growing areas to remain in the House today. For the sake of your people, this bill is affecting the lives of the people who are sugarcane growers. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members, especially the sugarcane growers are majorly on this side of the aisle. Please, there are others also there. Even Honorable Kagogo is a sugarcane grower, Mr. Speaker, for the first time. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge members, please, for heaven's sake, remain in the House. Last week, I've been before recess, we went on recess, the bill was almost being completed, but it didn't happen because of lack of quorum. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying on the floor of the House that please remain seated until we conclude that business. And before that business, there are also two important bills that we need to take them very serious. The bills on healthcare, they are coming ahead of the Committee of the Whole. Those bills also are very important. They are affecting the lives of the people, and we need to look at them critically so that whether they make sense or not, because Kenyans are known for changing laws but no benefits, but let's scrutinize them as a House, and we support if they make sense. Members of sugarcane growers, I'm repeating for the last time, remain in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
The question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under Order number 12 in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business under Order number 12 in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Order number 8, the Tribunals Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to give effect to Articles 1, 3C, 24, 47.3, 159.1, and 169 of the Constitution regarding tribunals, to establish the office of the Registrar of Tribunals, to provide for the functions of Registrar of Tribunals, to rationalize and regulate the administration and functions of tribunals, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Preservation of Public Security Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 48 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the Preservation of Public Security Act, Cap 57, to abolish the death penalty. Order number 10, the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader, before you move the bill, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in both the speakers and public galleries. Kipsingay Secondary School from Sotik constituency, Bomet. Brigan Academy from Mavoko constituency, Machakos. Kenya Kids Learning Center from Starehe constituency, Nairobi City County. Glory Learning Center from Embakasi East constituency, Nairobi City. Kiio Secondary School from Mwingi East constituency, Kitui County. On behalf of the House and myself, I welcome the institutions, the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Yes, Nguna, what is it? Give him the mic. Because Mwingi was mentioned?
No. It's point of correction.
Yes, give him the mic.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I just rise to raise this question. Not question, I mean to correct you. There is no constituency called Mwingi West. Mwingi East is Mwingi West,
Mwingi
where
West.
I come from. And I take this opportunity to welcome everybody in this house, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think the mistake was made by my team here. It's so corrected, and the Hansard will reflect as Mwingi West. Majority Leader, you may now move the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I move, let me also take this opportunity to welcome all those students who have come to join us, including those from Embakasi East. I noticed the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Babu Owino, was banging the table instead of foot thumping, and I just pointed it out to him that he should foot thump, not bang tables. Honorable Speaker, now beg to move that the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, be now read for the second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by thanking the Departmental Committee on Health for tabling the very comprehensive report that they have done in a timely manner, having undertaken thorough public participation during the recess. And let me particularly thank them because they did this work at a time when the House was on a working recess and many other members were back in their constituencies, but they sacrificed time to be able to engage with members of the public and all Kenyans, including institutions that are in the health space, to be able to listen to their views and adopt those views in the compilation of their report. And under the able leadership of the Chair, Honorable Pukose, we thank you on behalf of the House. Honorable Speaker, our nation has made significant strides towards digital transformation in various sectors, leveraging on technology to enhance the implementation and delivery of services and products within the digital space, Honorable Speaker. Key among these innovations and transformation, Honorable Speaker, in the digital space, in the financial sector, Honorable Speaker, the most recent, besides M-Pesa, has been the Hustler Fund, where people now are able to access money by simply dialing on their phones without having to fill out papers, without having to know anybody. And Honorable Speaker, the health sector has not been left behind and indeed has made very steady progress in digital technology, transformation through implementation of digital solutions to manage, share, and use health data. Honorable Speaker, members will appreciate products like MTBA. I have seen a number of pharmacies around the country that are using solutions, digital solutions, to be able to provide and deliver pharmaceutical products to their clients, both consumers or patients and hospitals, and also other dispensers of pharmaceutical products. However, Honorable Speaker, the adoption of technology has been very uncoordinated, characterized by a fragmented implementation with health sector actors not adhering to basic digital health standards, guidelines, recommendations, and digital development principles, Honorable Speaker. These technologies have affected how health data is therefore managed, resulting in multiple disparate systems that have limited ability to exchange data. And the primary object of this bill, Honorable Speaker, or rather this bill seeks to now provide a framework for the provision of digital health services, to establish a digital health agency, to establish a comprehensive integrated digital health information system, and also to provide for data governance and protection of personal health information in the service delivery through digital health interventions, on e-waste disposal, and also on health tourism. And Honorable Speaker, members, you see from clause 5 all the way to part 2, actually almost the entire part 2 of the bill speaks to the establishment of this health agency, which, Honorable Speaker, from clause 6, members, see the agency will be established as a body corporate and will develop and operationalize and maintain the comprehensive integrated health information system to manage the core digital systems and the infrastructure required for its seamless health information exchange. It will also develop and implement the infrastructure for health data exchange of health information in a secured manner. It will undertake resource mobilization for implementation of health digitization in the country. This agency, Honorable Speaker, will also certify digital health solutions based on best practices and standards to ensure that all the solutions, digital solutions that are being used in the country, Honorable Speaker, are indeed solutions that are certified. It also, Honorable Speaker, amongst other objectives and functions that are stipulated in the entire of that clause, advise the Cabinet Secretary on matters related to digital health. Honorable Speaker, the bill further sets the minimum standards applicable for the establishment and maintenance of digital health information systems. It provides for the mechanism for interconnectivity between each county information system and the national system. Because, Honorable Speaker, under this comprehensive integrated digital health information system, all our health facilities, right from the primary healthcare facilities at level dispensaries, those at level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, to the national referral hospitals like Kenyatta, MTRH, KURTH in Kiambu County, Honorable Speaker, will be integrated in one seamless system, and exchange of medical information will become easy. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, if you have a CT scan done on you in Kisumu, at the Kisumu Referral Hospital, a doctor in Kenyatta National Hospital or in Nairobi Hospital can be able to access that scan and be able to advise the person treating you down at the Kisumu Referral Hospital, or indeed a level 3 hospital in Marsabit County, Honorable Speaker. You will not necessarily require to have all manner of consultants scattered around the country, and therefore health personnel will be able to benefit from more experienced personnel at the national level or in our national referral hospitals through exchange of such data, Honorable Speaker, in a system that is seamless and that is secure, and where patient's data, Honorable Speaker, is safeguarded, and you are certain that your data as a patient is not subject to abuse or to be misused by characters out there. Honorable Speaker, this bill also seeks to facilitate the realization of the right to protection of personal information as guaranteed under Article 31 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and under the Data Protection Act number 24, 2019. Honorable Speaker, members are aware that the enactment of the Data Protection Act of 2019 presented very new challenges for the health sector in Kenya, as the sector handles very sensitive patient data whose protection requires more safeguards. And therefore, this bill fills that gap to ensure that patient data is indeed safeguarded. Because, Honorable Speaker, and members of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, in the past have been victims where their patient data has been leaked to people who should not be holding private or otherwise very confidential patient data. And therefore, with this new bill, Honorable Speaker, nobody, be you a member of Parliament or any Kenyan who is attended at a health sector facility anywhere within the country, should be apprehensive or afraid that their patient data will be accessed by people who have no right to access that data. Honorable Speaker, the bill also enhances the health data governance framework in the country by requiring all healthcare providers and health facilities to adopt mechanisms to ensure the safety and security of patient information, Honorable Speaker, as I have articulated before, that Kenyans now will have the ability to have more control over their personal data, particularly in health facilities, because they will now be required to give consent before the collection, processing, and sharing of their personal health-related information. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, with the adoption of this bill, Honorable Speaker, nobody has to fear that any data that is collected from you will be shared without your consent. You must give consent for your data to be collected, for that data to be shared with anybody, even if it is another referral hospital or another health professional. It must be shared with your consent. And I must thank the committee, because they are indeed very emphatic, and I have seen from the report as they engage with stakeholders to ensure that data protection for patients is very well safeguarded. And therefore, this bill, Honorable Speaker, besides what is provided for in the Data Commissioner's Data Protection Act, Honorable Speaker, this bill provides further safeguards or more railguards to ring-fence data that is coming from the health sector. Honorable Speaker, the bill further regulates the processing of health data, and in particular the health data that contains sensitive personal data through technological mediums such as telemedicine. In this regard, Honorable Speaker, the bill requires healthcare providers and technology platforms that offer telemedicine to put in place several safeguards, including anonymization and de-identification of sensitive personal data. Honorable Speaker, what this de-anonymization and de-identification means is that you'll be able to transfer data or share data in an anonymous manner or without clearly identifying whose data is. Therefore, Honorable Junaid, because I see him holding his chin, must not worry that anybody will share his health information if he is treated at a health facility in Migori. And that health facility requires referral services from his consultant doctors, be it in London or in Nairobi Hospital. And I know the Honorable Junaid is seen by a doctor who sees me also at the Kenyatta National Hospital Doctors Plaza. Therefore, I'm only using him as an example when I mention London, although I know he likes traveling to London, Honorable Speaker. But I was saying he needs not to be apprehensive that your data, whether you attended at the Suna sub-county dispensary, if that dispensary needs to share your health data with a consultant in Kenyatta National Hospital, that data must be de-identified and done in anonymous manner such that the person will be treating a patient, and because they can't see that patient, they will not need to know necessarily that patient is one Junet Mohammed or one Kimani Shongwa being treated in Ulusigeti Sub-County Hospital in Kikuyu, in Nachu Ward. Honorable Speaker, the health agency, Honorable Speaker, as I said, shall among other things develop and operationalize and maintain this comprehensive integrated management information system that is established under part 4. Part 4 of the bill, Honorable Speaker. And this integrated management information system will ensure that we have a means through which we can manage the core digital systems and infrastructure required for the seamless sharing of health information and exchange of health information. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I had promised the chair of the Health Committee that I will not take a long time in moving, but Honorable Speaker, it is just for us to appreciate that we are in a digital economy, we are in a digital world, and digitization is here with us. Honorable Speaker, you remember, members, you remember His Excellency the President committing during the campaigns to leverage on technology to be able to offer more efficient service delivery to the people of Kenya. And not just in the financial services sector as we did under the Hustler Fund, not only through the eCitizen platform where Kenyans now can be able to access over 5,000 services, government services online, but also now in our healthcare space, Honorable Speaker, that Kenyans will be able to access affordable, easy to access medical care from any part of the country, Honorable Speaker. And it will not matter anymore, Honorable Speaker, whether you are in the far corners of Kathiani constituency or in far-flung counties in the north of Kenya, probably in Elwak, where maybe the senior-most medical personnel you have there could be a clinical officer. And in some cases, Honorable Speaker, there are areas where dispensaries are actually managed not by clinical officers, by senior nursing officers. Honorable Speaker, Kenyans now will not need to worry that you are in a far-flung county, you do not have the resources to be able to access expensive health care in Nairobi Hospital, in Kenyatta National Hospital with seasoned consultants. But at your local dispensary, through sharing of information in a seamless and secure digital system, your health consultant or your health personnel at the local level can share that with experienced health personnel in referral hospitals, and you get the correct diagnosis of diseases, you get the correct treatment, and in a timely basis, Honorable Speaker, so that Kenyans do not have to live with the agony and anguish that many Kenyans have had to bear with, especially with diseases, Honorable Speaker, like cancer, which if arrested early, will not progress to become so agonizing to the patient and families across the country. Honorable Speaker, I do want to move that with those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, that I beg to move, urge members to support this bill, because these health bills are in the best interest, as the Honorable Junet was alluding to when he seconded me on the procedural motion, that these health bills are indeed critical for our nation and for our people. It is up to us to be able to scrutinize this bill and the others and vote in their favor, not for the government, but to vote for the people who we know are suffering because of a dysfunctional healthcare system that we can now fix, and we have that golden opportunity, Honorable Speaker. As I move and request the Chair of the Health Committee, the one and only Dr. Pokose, to second.
Dr. Bukose.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to second. Honorable Speaker, allow me to thank your office and the office of the clerk for the immense support they've given to the Committee of Health in the two bills. Honorable Speaker, in particular, I want to mention the Director of Legal, Mr. Mwendwa, providing us with 8 legal drafters who are able to assist us in making sure that this bill has seen the light of the day. I want to thank the Committee of Health for having spent their time running at times into very late hours in scrutinizing this bill and also in the public participation. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Health under the able leadership of CS Nakumicha for having facilitated the Principal Secretary, Mr. Mutahi, and the team to be able to appear before this committee, also the NHIF and all other partners who came before our committee. Honorable Speaker, I also want to thank the Office of the President for sending a team led by Dr. Mwai in making immense contributions to this bill. Honorable Speaker, the Kenyan government has prioritized digital health programs under the third medium-term plan 2018 to 2022. In addition, the Kenya Kwanza manifesto under the able leadership of His Excellency President RUTO has identified digitization as a pillar for the health sector to enable achieve universal health coverage. By adopting these digital health technologies, the country can ensure that everyone has access to the care they need, regardless of their location or financial situation. Honorable Speaker, this bill establishes the Digital Health Agency, which establishes a comprehensive, integrated digital health information system in fulfillment of Section 105 of the Health Act, number 21 of 2017, which obligates the Cabinet Secretary to establish an integrated, comprehensive health information system relating to the national government health functions and to every county in respect of their county functions. This agency will be domiciled within the Ministry of Health. The bill therefore seeks to consolidate and harmonize information obtained from both levels of government. It also provides for intergovernment, that is from county to county, integrated system where they are able to communicate and be able to link up in matters health. The bill further sets the minimum standards applicable for the establishment and maintenance of digital health information systems. It further provides the mechanism for interconnectivity between each county and the information system and the national system. This will assist all levels of government in coming up with the consumer-focused and prevention-oriented care at all levels of healthcare services, which will ultimately reduce the disease burden within the country. Honorable Speaker, we had immense contributions from the Council of Governors in this bill, and therefore the county was ably represented. The bill facilitates the realization of the right to protection of personal information as guaranteed under Article 31 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and under the Data Protection Act number 24 of 2019. The enactment of the Data Protection Act number 24 of 2019 presented the new challenges for the health sector in Kenya as the sector handles sensitive patient data whose protection requires more safeguards. The bill therefore fills this gap, which is crucial in light of the fact that privacy concerns and data breaches are now more prevalent. Honorable Speaker, this bill enhances the health data governance framework in the country by requiring healthcare providers and health facilities to adopt mechanisms to ensure the safety and security of patient information. It also gives Kenyans the ability to have more control over their personal data, particularly in health facilities, as they must provide consent before the collection, processing, and sharing of their personal health-related information. Honorable Speaker, this bill further regulates the processing of health data, in particular health data that contains sensitive personal data, through the technological medium such as the telemedicine. In this regard, the bill requires healthcare providers and technology platforms that offer telemedicine to put in place several safeguards, including anonymization and de-identification of sensitive personal data. In this way, the bill regulates the largely unregulated telemedicine and e-health platforms, among others, which will guarantee the safety of Kenyans using such platforms. Honorable Speaker, yesterday the President launched distribution of community health promoters kits, and in those kits they have gadgets that they are able to collect sensitive information. This sensitive information will be sent to the Digital Health Agency, and within the Digital Health Agency, any information pertaining the disease burden within various areas can be able to be interpreted and be able to be stored to access in healthcare delivery within our country. We can also be able to monitor who is working and who is not working. We'll have close to 100,000 healthcare providers within our country, in all corners of this country. And in every constituency, they'll be represented. Each healthcare provider will be in charge of 100 households. Within those 100 households, they'll be able to take information pertaining what diseases people have, what can be referred, what can be advised in terms of management, what other preventive measures that can be put in place. All this information, Honorable Speaker, will be captured within that gadget, which is the M-Mobile, the M-Health, that is mobile health. And this can be sent to the Digital Health Agency. And within the Digital Health Agency, that information can be stored. Honorable Speaker, we also have the e-waste in terms of how do we dispose of that information and at what time we'll be able to dispose of that. So tomorrow, once the House Business Committee puts the bill for the Committee of the Whole House, then we'll be able to discuss further and be able to look at what amendments the committee has made, what amendments we've gotten from the public participation, what amendments members can be able to propose to enhance and make this bill a better document. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Order, Honorable Njeri. Take your seat. Honorable Njeri, take your seat. Honorable members, I now propose the question. which is the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, be now read a second time. Julius Olesunguli. The problem of keying in and leaving the chamber. Victor Koech, I hope you have Sungul is here. I'll give him the opportunity to contribute. He was the first on the list. Sungul, you can be given the mic anywhere, but go to where you are most comfortable with. Give all. Julius, before you take the floor, allow me to acknowledge in the speakers and public galleries Greenview Secondary School, Mwanza Constituency, United Republic of Tanzania. Ole Sangale Junior Secondary School, Narok North Constituency, Narok. Kwa niaba yenu na kwa niaba yangu tunawakaribisha wanafunzi wale kutoka Tanzania na Narok kwa jumba hili la bunge na tunawatakia makazi mema. Sunguli.
Out. Sorry, I think the mic is... I wish also, before I make my remarks, to say karibu to the students whom you have just acknowledged, especially from the great county of Narok, particularly one of the oldest schools in Narok, Ole Sankale. I want them to feel quite welcome in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Digital Health Bill, is one of the two bills that we are going to be discussing, which have been thoroughly deliberated on by the Committee of Health. And I want to really thank my colleagues in the Committee of Health, because the Committee of Health has very prominent members of Parliament from particularly the medical profession, led by our chairman, Dr. Robert Pokose, and ably supported by other doctors, not to mention all, but in particular Dr. Nyikal and our friend Professor Jaldesa. So this committee is very well populated by the medical personnel who actually are the experts in this field. And I have been privileged as a lawyer to have to midwife these particular bills, the ones that we are going to be discussing today. Now, this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, acknowledges the fact that we have all moved, and that now we need to acknowledge that digitization is here with us. I particularly want to single out one element of digitization that is going to be very helpful to the people of Kenya, and this is telemedicine. It is now possible that there is a doctor, say at Aga Khan, who will look at and review a patient in Kilgoris and prescribe treatment for that patient, or a patient in Washington, D.C., sorry, a doctor in Washington, D.C., looking at a patient, say, in Nairobi. But this also poses a challenge of what happens to the information that the doctor or the medics come in possession of. And this bill regulates this area, because this area has been highly unregulated in the past. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has been well thought out, and we are confident that upon passing this bill, the medical profession will be well guided on what to do with people's information. Mr. Speaker, one of the important things in the medical profession is privacy of information. And the bill has a number of ways of dealing with the privacy of information. One of the ways is to make sure that the names of the patient are not revealed to anybody, especially the person requiring that type of information. And that is what we call anonymization. There are many ways that we have devised in this bill that will make sure that the information that is gathered and that is stored in a manner that is quite secure. Mr. Speaker, we commend this bill to our members, to our fellow members in this House. It's a good bill. We have also, indeed, we will propose a number of amendments to it that they are not going to be that substantial. As it is, it's a good bill, and I do support.
Sunguli, Victor Koech, member for Jepalungu.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. While I rise, I want to appreciate the Departmental Committee on Health, led by Dr. Pukose, for a thought about this particular bill that will go eventually to solve the issues that our patients have been facing. Having a particular case whereby our patients travel for long distances, and now upon passing of this particular bill, our patients are able to be reviewed by doctors staying in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, while we support this bill, it is also a common known fact that our local hospitals have inadequate equipment. Although this bill is going to offer solutions in equal measure, we would like to make recommendations that the local hospitals like Sigor Hospital, a sub-county hospital that is in Chepalungu, have to have the requisite equipment so that when patients can travel for less distance, a review of their health can be done in Nairobi efficiently. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this particular bill. Thank you.
Nelson Wamboka. He's not here. Ken Chonga. Have you keyed in for this bill? Those who do not wish to speak to this bill, you can, because the screen is full. Ken Chonga, are you for this bill?
No, I'm not for this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Yield the floor to Mother Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to join in congratulating the Health Committee for this bill, which will go a long way in terms of getting efficiency in how we handle our health records. And Mr. Speaker, the one issue that I've liked that this bill has addressed is, of course, the management system, and also the cooperation as has been stipulated in the Constitution in Article 187, 189 of the cooperation between the two levels of government. Because I think what has been ailing the health sector, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a disconnect between the two levels, and I hope that what we saw yesterday with the President launching these kits together with the county governments, there will be smoother operations even in the counties, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other issue I would speak to is the issue of the interlinkage with other institutions and officers. This, Mr. Speaker, I have in mind the issue of the government chemist. Mr. Speaker, a week ago, in my constituency, in a village called Kasambara, one young girl, 12 years old, Jasmine Joki, was waylaid from school, raped and killed. And Mr. Speaker, the DNA samples that have been collected by the government and by the security officers has to be taken to Kisumu to assess whether the suspect is actually culpable, Mr. Speaker. So I would hope that this bill would be able to actually address the release of issues of DNA in terms of sexual offenses, and I hope that this can be done especially under Article 36 in terms of disclosure of data. It provides on the areas where this data should be provided, and they have said legal requirement, Mr. Speaker, but I wish that it can be more expressed specifically on issues that touch on defilement and rape, that this data, the DNA and the DNA samples and information, Mr. Speaker, can be easily shared even to the enforcers of the law, even to the court system, so that we can get pedophiles jailed, we can get the criminals jailed, and this information, Mr. Speaker, should not be able to take such a long time. It should be more efficient. You don't have to travel to a different city, you don't have to travel to a different town to be able to get this information. It can be easily be transmitted, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that is very important is of course the issue of privacy, because matters, medical records are very sensitive, including not only us, every member, Mr. Speaker. That is why you visit the doctor alone. And this bill has tried to address that and has looped in the issue and the Office of the Data Commissioner, so that we have credibility that the confidentiality, the privacy and security of any data that any person or any person shares with a medical practitioner, it's protected, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we are just coming from a time when we were dealing with the WorldCoin that was recently a major issue in this country, Mr. Speaker, and the safety has not been guaranteed. As we await the report of this special committee that was formed, Mr. Speaker, I hope this confidentiality will be guaranteed, the data commissioner to be on top of it, Mr. Speaker. That way we'll be able to protect the information that is shared in any form or any manner in any of the institutions of our country, Mr. Speaker. But I think it is a good bill. We would be proposing some amendments at the committee stage, but I think at this point it is very important, even in terms of e-waste materials, and the important fact that they have looped in the county governments, because the practitioners are not just in Nairobi, are not just in the referral hospitals, they are not just in the national institutions, Mr. Speaker. The practitioners are in the counties, Mr. Speaker. But with those few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
James Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, this is an extremely important bill for the health services in this country. Mr. Speaker, in health there is massive information. If you start at the individual level when a patient is being looked after, you see those huge files. It is full of information on the individual. That information has to be handled. Mr. Speaker, we even use this information to manage people, and now with e-health, we can actually manage people at long distances, and we need that information. That information must be transmitted from one place to another, not only within the country, but must also be transmitted internationally, because people do move across the world seeking health care. So, Mr. Speaker, even actual management of patients, treating patients, with telemedicine, it is digital now possible to actually manage some cases, even cases of surgery. A lot of information is therefore flowing through the system. And this information is personal information, and it is used for managing patients, and it's used for managing hospitals. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, if you look at health systems, the health systems has massive information, the data that we have concerning the equipment, concerning drugs that you have, concerning supplies. So, Mr. Speaker, this is massive information, and this is what we use to actually monitor how the system is being managed, how our health system is working. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the link between the ministry and the information that comes there in national management, in managing national affairs, in planning, if you look at the health indices that are important, infant mortality, maternal mortality, the under 5 mortality, the access to immunization, access to drugs, These are things that are extremely important in planning. The levels of malnutrition. This is massive information that actually has to be linked to our national data, the Bureau of Statistics, and the Ministry of Planning. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a lot of information that we have. And right now, most of this information is either being managed manually, or if it's being managed digitally, we have little information, little systems all over the place that actually do not talk to each other, and therefore cannot give the information we require. With devolution, Mr. Speaker, this is even worse, because we actually have a huge health information system that now has to talk at national level and also at county level. Now we are doing it manually, and as I said, if we are doing it digitally, the systems we have are actually not coordinated, not integrated. And therefore, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that now we move and digitize all this. And if this is done, obviously it will improve efficiency. But it also introduces a huge risk, Mr. Speaker. The risk that this information that is flowing digitally can be easily accessed. The issue of hacking this information. So there is not only the danger of hacking individual information, hostile information, national information, county information. You can hack every information when you go digitally. Therefore, it is time that actually we look at that, and that is exactly what this bill is doing, Mr. Speaker. So it's therefore creating an integrated health information system, comprehensive health information system, a system that can actually talk to all institutions across the country, at county level, at national level, at hostel level. So that is actually created in this information. Once you have that information, Mr. Speaker, you need to manage data. If data is managed, it's not managed, particularly at national level, Mr. Speaker, it is a danger, it is a risk, it's actually a security risk. And therefore, this bill, creates a system of this data management. Using it, if you have it, that is actually created here. But Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, if you do not think about it, then what about particularly at personal level, what about the security of the data? What about individual information that people do not want to actually be everywhere? So this bill actually looks like that, where we have said that information can be treated in such a way that you cannot identify the individuals that the information, the data is relating to. So that actually is in the bill. The confidentiality is assured, and the security is assured, and we have created systems that can employ people who are well versed with management of data and data security. Mr. Speaker, I'll actually compare health data nationally to even actually military security. Because even the military, what is it used, Mr. Speaker? To protect us. Protect what? Our lives. So the information about our lives is equally important. And actually, it can be a security problem. So we support this. I support this bill because it actually creates systems that will deal with that. Mr. Speaker, now, if you imagine all the computers, all the equipment in x-rays, all the equipment in labs, if they are digital, when they are not in use, many of them still have the information inside. As Mr. Speaker, you will know, we had a great American called Edgar Hoover, who used to go behind offices and take what was in the dustbins and get information with that. What is our dustbins now is the place we put digital equipment that actually has been used. So that e-waste, we must find a way of managing it, because it will give away the information we have. Mr. Speaker, I had earlier said our people move from this country to other countries. How do we transfer the information? How do we make sure it is safe? How do we ensure confidentiality? Mr. Speaker, this bill provides for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this bill. We need it. Whatever health system we'll use, we need it. Even how we use our finances in the health sector is part of the information we have here. So I support, Mr. Speaker.
John Mutunga.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honourable Speaker, I have looked through the bill, and I would like to highlight a few issues, Honourable Speaker, as per my findings. Honourable Speaker, the first thing I noticed is that the bill uses the word retrieval and archival, and these two terms are not defined. I would like to cite clause 21, subclause 3, which specifically mentions those two particular ones, and therefore they need to be defined in this particular bill. Honourable Speaker, when you look at the bill itself, the need for research is not amplified in the bill. The bill talks about governance of the data, it talks about the health, data security, it talks about the e-service, the e-health service delivery, the e-waste management, the health tourism, even tourism, but does not recognize the need for research. This is data we are collecting across the country. This data can be used through data mining. We can know what is happening in the country. And I want to give several examples, Honourable Speaker. The first thing we can do, Honourable Speaker, is to identify epidemics. Using the occurrences or the outbreaks of diseases across the country, we can know at what point in time can we declare an epidemic. We do not have to take health personnel there. Based on the data that we are getting, we can declare epidemic and we can also declare a pandemic. Honourable Speaker, the health facilities across the country will be captured in this data. And the status of these health facilities will also be captured. So it is my belief that through implementation of this bill, we can review these reports frequently and take appropriate actions. Instead of having no medicine in certain parts of the country, we can redistribute medicine across the country based on the information that we are getting from these reports. Honourable Speaker, a capture of this data and appropriate interpretation will help us to guide the forward planning. Honourable Speaker, my understanding of this particular bill is that it's going to bring in integration of information. And integration, I understand that it is possible for somebody to visit a clinic and then diagnosis is done. Or let's say you take up an X-ray, or let's say you take up something like MRI. After this diagnosis is done, or after this report is taken, it is possible for this report to be relayed through electronic system to an interpretation center or another center where it can be interpreted. It is also possible for the administration of the drugs to be given at another point. Then it is possible for somebody to get the drugs without necessarily having to travel to Nairobi or without necessarily having to travel to referral hospitals. In that case, Honourable Speaker, that possibility is created by this bill. And if that possibility is really a reality, then some issues come in which you have to deal with. And I believe the committee needs to look at some of these issues. One of them is the ethical issues. When somebody believes that he was not given the correct medicine because he was not there during the diagnosis. When somebody believes that the cure is not occurring in record time because this diagnosis was done off-site or out of away, or when somebody, for instance, gets complications, and therefore there is the issue of attribution. The fact that this diagnosis was done far away, those are some of the issues that this bill needs to cure. Honourable Speaker, in view of integration, there is also perceived the ease of identification and capture of the spread of illnesses. Honourable Speaker, it is also possible for us to detect early, based on what has been reported in different parts of the country. That ease of identification will help us to move on in a better way than we are right now. Honourable Speaker, I looked at the board. The members of the board, I thank the members of the committee because they have restricted themselves to 6, yet this particular bill is fairly open. But Honorable Speaker, I want to point at one particular member of the board. I'm looking at clause 8, subclause 1, paragraph G. If you look at that particular provision, one person representing the private sector appointed by the cabinet secretary. And then I wonder, who is this person? Which private sector? Anybody from out there, then you appoint and put them in the board? We need to describe who is this particular private sector. And probably we can narrow this one down to either health, private sector health, or private sector ICT. If it is private sector health, will private sector ICT feel denied? We need to look at that very carefully so that we can be sure. Probably we may need to expand or substitute some of the board members so that we are able to represent the private sector appropriately. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the other issues that are in this bill, and I want to mention one specific one again, clause 15, subclause 1, and paragraph D. In terms of the resources or funds for this particular agency, it is identifying any other funds designated for or accruing to the agency by virtue of the operations of law. And I find this quite open. Honorable Speaker, I think we need some form of censorship of the money that comes into this particular agency. We need to have an authority censoring this particular, or some provision censoring this money. And I have a proposal that probably we can say the CSL, as approved by the CSL. Without that particular censorship, then we have a problem. Honorable Speaker, save for the few issues that I've mentioned, I support. Thank you very much.
Kai Bissau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Digital management of our health system is very important. Improved customer service because of the quick retrieval of data is very crucial. It also helps the doctor to attend even to more patients in a very short span of time. And at the same time also there is the visibility of complete customer history. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this also helps to remove the physical storage. Space becomes a problem. Space continues to reduce. So by going digitally, it also helps to sort of address those physical storage of this data. And again, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill also addresses the issue of the environment. Looking backward and going forward, there's a lot of paper which comes from trees that has to sort of take care of these physical files. So to me, this bill is also very important addressing that. And at the same time, when it comes to research, despite the fact that team members might be in different places, example, doctors when they are researching, but because of that digital accessibility, they are able, despite their different geographical locations, to be able to do research, of course, in a cost and efficient manner. And also most important, even as I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, I will expect that the issue of data security is addressed, data protection is also addressed, because in a single storage facility, you'll have data that covers, the entire country. But it's a very good bill, and I would really like to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wanjiku Muhia. Wanjiku Muhia, are you keyed in for this? No. Joseph McClap is not there. Omboko Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance to speak on this bill, which basically brings together and tries to create a database for the health sector. I think we also have this in education, because with NEMI system working, we are able to know the information on every student, and even movement of a student from one school to another is carried with information about him. And I think the world getting digital, we are taking this to the health sector. So this is a very important bill. And I see it going to bring out a number of things which are good for the society. Number one, it will bring to fore affordability in the health sector so that there is the bit of sharing of information from one hospital to another, from one doctor to another. And above all, in this level of affordability, Honorable Speaker, to remove the double, triple, multiple tests that are being done on the patients from one hospital to another. A patient attending a hospital in a lower level will undergo the same test in the next level and will go continuously on the same test even at a higher level. And still at every level they pay. So this I see as a big advantage with this bill, because now a test at a particular level can be shared throughout the entire system of health. And then there's an advantage of a test at a higher level being shared across down to the CHV or the CHPs, the health promoters, so that even though they are working at the lowest level, at the ground level handling the 100 people, we were told, they are able to enjoy the tests that otherwise were proven by the health practitioner at the highest level. And I find this very, very important, also given that the sharing of this information can be done across the counties and to the national level, and this will actually basically reduce the cost of health, which is a real burden. In the rural areas where we live, there's something, Honorable Speaker, called CT scan, which is now not only required, but is also proving to be a health menace, that every patient will be asked to go through a CT scan. And this CT scanning is done at every level. So for every CT scan, the patient pays about 7,000 to 10,000. And they are paid all through the way. I think this bill is trying to address that. Honorable Speaker, the sharing of high-level technical medical machines is also achieved. So we realize economies of scale in terms of the medical equipment that we have. That once we have a techno equipment at the Kenyatta hospital, it can also serve people who are at different levels in different counties, and therefore the cost is actually shared. I also see further advantage being brought by this bill, that how often do we dream that we should get to the high-end hospitals like the Nairobi Hospital, get to Kenyatta Hospital and other hospitals that are at the high end. But with this shared information, it means that we can even share the doctors and their advice and their consultants from the very high end to the lower end level, to the ground level, and this will actually improve and actually bring down the cost of health in this country. However, Honorable Speaker, as we do all this in this bill, we must make sure that the health centers and health places, the hospitals, are equipped. Yesterday I was proud when I saw the CHPs, whom soon I would want them to be called health workers, because they are going to be a crucial part, integral part of the health system in this country. But that's a matter for another day. We need to uphold them to a working level and not just volunteers or promoters. And they got several equipments which will keep data, including the e-waste, the m-health, and the m-mobile. But you may realize, Honorable Speaker, that these same gadgets are not in the hospitals and the health facilities that we have around the country. So this must go concurrently with improving not only the medical equipment in our hospitals, but also the human resource in our hospitals, so that the hospitals can become the centers where these ground-level health workers, called health promoters, will actually operate from and become their center of operation. Honorable Speaker, data protection has been spoken about as an important thing for this particular bill in order to protect the data protection of the people who will have gone through the system, and how to dispose of the wastes in terms of data that will have gone into the system. But I also see further an advantage, and somebody spoke on this, I think it must have been one of the honorable members, that the research component that is being brought to bear by this particular bill is very good, because information will be there. And therefore, we are able to discern the most prevalent diseases in this country, and also discern new diseases that are entering into the system and in the country or in the health sector, and take interventions which will actually handle them. And this is very good. So it will actually promote research. And when we shall be doing the third reading, the Honorable Chair, Bokose, who's just up here with me, we will need to actually see how we can also use this data so collected in order to give projections and also enhance research on the most prevalent diseases in this country and undertake the mitigations that are required to deal with them moving forward, Honorable Speaker. So prevalently and largely, this is a good bill that takes our health sector to another level. It is actually a blockbuster in terms of demystifying the health issues and creating space within the hospitals where we have so many files which are keeping equipment. We had this in several sectors, and now it's being removed so that we don't have many files. How many times are people in the villages told, go and buy a book? And I know most of you come from those areas where before you even start being treated, you are being asked to buy a book, and each time you approach a hospital, again you must buy books, simply because we are not digitized. So this is a blockbuster in terms of making this sector more efficient in order to assist the Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I think with those very few remarks, I want to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 43 of our Constitution defines access to universal health care services as the right to the highest attainable standards of health. Mr. Speaker, the World Health Organization also defines universal health coverage as access to promotive, preventive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative health services, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that in this bill, first of all, we used to have NHIF as a department of Ministry of Health. That gave birth to the NHIF Act. The NHIF Act, because of the changing realities, Mr. Speaker, has had certain lacunas. It is these lacunas that this bill attempts to address, Mr. Speaker, through digitization of the health records, Mr. Speaker, through promotion of health tourism, Mr. Speaker, through provision for telemedicine, Mr. Speaker, through provision of health information system, and Mr. Speaker, more importantly, like where I come from, we come from very remote villages, Mr. Speaker. The issue of remote patients monitoring, Mr. Speaker, is something that is critical, because I remember now the constituency that I represent, the second constituency, Mr. Speaker, that I'm representing. We got our first medical doctors, Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, 4 years ago. You can imagine the challenges those people have been going through. But, Mr. Speaker, with this bill, some of these things can be reduced. Mr. Speaker, this will also reduce the issue of administrative costs. The issue of data protection and privacy, Mr. Speaker, will also be very important. The issue of interoperability, Mr. Speaker. You can have one hospital, Mr. Speaker, in the farthest part of the world, having an exchange program with another hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of health innovation is also critical. Mr. Speaker, there are certain things that we need to look at. There are countries that have succeeded in the provision of their social health care mechanism, countries like Germany, UK. In Africa, our neighbor Rwanda here, Mr. Speaker, a small country, has had a very successful social health care, Mr. Speaker, mechanism. Countries like India, Indonesia, Ghana in West Africa, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these things are critical. But there are certain things that we must also sound that are alarming. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the definition of household. Where I come from, or where you come from, our household means completely different from a household in Europe. And therefore, we'll be amending to provide for a household as an African household, not a Western household, Mr. Speaker. Like if you talk of Aden Kenyans household, I can assure you, you'll be talking about tens of people. A household in Western Europe means a man, wife, and a kid. If you divide the household of the Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, you can imagine, it's a chain. I think these are things that we'll be looking at. We'll bring an amendment actually to bring this into life. Mr. Speaker, equally, we're also doing an over legislation. There are certain things that require the fact that we want to modernize and inject a bit of modernism, efficiency, Mr. Speaker, in our healthcare system doesn't mean that we over legislate everything that even requires just some administrative pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at this. We want to cure everything. We are defining qualification for the chair. We are defining qualification for the person who is going to be the top quality assurance officer, Mr. Speaker. These things require administrative efficiencies, not legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also need to protect the officers who are there right now. It's like we are assuming we are starting from zero. There are officers who have diligently served NHIF, Mr. Speaker, and therefore their right to a decent job must also be protected, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this particular bill, I'm aware that this is a country of regions. This is a country of tribes. This is a country of, call it, because that is the foundation of the nation state of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we must be careful because right now the information outside there is part of the provision of this bill is meant to provide employment opportunities and exit those who are there, Mr. Speaker. If that is the agenda, then I can assure you, you will not succeed. If the agenda is to modernize, then we'll be there to support this particular bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally.
Mr. Speaker, with all respect that I have for Honorable Kenan, I think he has been mixed up with the bills because the bill is debating is a bill in the next order after this. And I think for the convenience and the relevance rule
I have
should
noticed
stick.
so, but since he says he's winding up, let him wind up.
No, sorry. I think you have limited your horizon of appreciation of this particular bill, my dear sister. You need to look at the bill holistically.
Just wind up.
But I think let me say this, and I read. Let me read this, and there's no confusion at all. The bit I'm trying to say is, if you look at both the letter and the spirit of both bills, Mr. Speaker, then there's a bit of reference to the existing staff. So I'm sounding alarm. Just this, even as you operationalize this, the qualifications that you have given, I can assure you by the time we pass this, the next thing that you will see is opportunities and vacancies for directors and this. Let's accept this, that's the reality. And that's what I'm alluding to. And I really understand. I can bet that, Mr. Speaker, after we enact this, that is the next thing that you'll be seeing. I'm saying it is good, but we shall also have regard for those who are there because this country has some of the best human resource capital. That's the bit I'm trying to say. I'm not in any way insinuating any improper motive actually on the good chairman, my friend Dr. Bokose. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there is one thing that we must accept as a country. Mr. Speaker, we have legislated. We have done everything. What we require is goodwill. I don't know how we should have, I'm told you have your own Hippocratic oath, Mr. Speaker, in the medical field. There is something that we need to eject so that once we have professionals in this particular field, the challenges NHIF has had, Mr. Speaker, will not be there. And therefore, as it is, subject to those provisions that will bring an amendment like the definition of a household so that it contextualizes the African framework. It's a good bill, we support it, and I hope it's going to inject fresh blood and energy in our health sector. I support.
Mary Amase.
Thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. I arise to support the bill on digitization of health systems. And Honorable Speaker, I want to go straight to the aspect of integration. The fact that now hospitals there will be a linkage between hospitals in the counties and national government, that means that there will be reduced costs, because as it is right now, you find that if a patient, for example, has been attended to in a level 3 or a level 4, and there is a referral to a level 5, the same investigation, the same tests that were undertaken end up being repeated again before the patient can be attended to. So by having this digitization in place, it will help reduce costs, not only for the patient, but also for the service provider. Honorable Speaker, this will also ensure that there's better management of the patient, because then there is access to the history of the health conditions, and therefore this patient is able to get better treatment and the timely treatment, and therefore there'll be a better experience for the patients. Honorable Speaker, I'm also very happy with this bill because it is addressing the issue of security. Issues of personal health treatment are private matters. So this bill seeks to increase security, enhance security of health data. And therefore, by doing that, it will also build confidence in the patient. And therefore, many patients, many Kenyans will be encouraged to go to hospital, seek hospital treatment as opposed to self-treatment, where people are just walking into a chemist and buying medication for an imagined treatment, because sometimes also arising out of fear of security of their data in these hospitals where they go to seek for treatment. Honorable Speaker, also general digitization of healthcare system will eliminate so many inefficiencies in the health sector. For instance, it will also provide an audit trail. We've been having issues, problems with the KEMSA, with the medications, where medicines have been delivered. They cannot be traced as to who they were prescribed to. I believe with this digitization, we shall be able to know what quantity of drugs went, for example, to Busia County. And that can be traced to which patients were prescribed this medication. It will be very easy to get that kind of information. And also this will help us fight corruption in the health sector. With the digitization, it will be very easy to trace most of these inefficiencies within the sector. I still notice that a lot of data is still collected manually. So issues of reporting, data that is shared with national government, shared internationally, there will be enhanced reporting.
Yes, Honorable Master, hold your horses. Yes, Honorable Chepkonga, what's your point of order?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, I believe in order myself. So I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 95. Mr. Speaker, as you know, you must have had my very good friend, Honorable K9. He was in fact mixing this bill and the next one. So that we allow people to contribute, even in the next bill. And you know, Mr. Speaker, there is this sugar bill, which is very important, Mr. Speaker. And we are all sitting here to ensure that we pass this sugar bill. So, Mr. Speaker, in fact, everybody who has stood has supported this bill, Mr. Speaker. Would I be in order to request you, Mr. Speaker, to call upon the mover to reply?
Yes. Let Honorable Master finish.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am also sitting here waiting to contribute to prosecute the sugar bill. But I was on my last point. I was saying that the digitization of this health sector, the systems in the health sector, will also
Honorable members, is it the mood of the House that we call the mover to reply? Yes. Let me give Robert Mbui as the last speaker, then Ichungwa recollect your issues and reply thereafter. Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also give my opinion on this bill. You know, the issue of digitization is all over now, and I think almost all sectors of the economy are getting digitized. So it's a good idea for us to digitize our health sector. And of course, as we say, all dreams are valid. But it's important, Mr. Speaker, as we go through this, to understand maybe the positives and some of the challenges that we may actually end up finding in this kind of setup. Mr. Speaker, the advantages are obvious and have been talked about by very many of the members. First and foremost, I believe that treatment will become cheaper because there is sharing of resources. When one doctor can be able, or one technician can be able to serve many hospitals at the same time, and then of course that means even the equipment can be shared, so that makes it easier and cheaper. Mr. Speaker, also it will be faster because you can get instant feedback. Mr. Speaker, also the history of every medical patient becomes easily accessible, and therefore that means that in case there is any settlement or need to settle a medical dispute, then all the information is obviously readily available. And Mr. Speaker, I would also imagine that in the...
What's happened to...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, that is what I was going to add. The issue of the safety of security, how technology actually works. If it were possible in the future, and I would propose that they find a way maybe even to connect these this system with the one for the registrar of persons, so that those that lose their lives in hospitals can also be immediately recorded so that we can be able to issue their certificates. Mr. Speaker, of course, the agency has its work cut out for them, because for them to ensure that digital data of patients is protected, it is a very, very tall order. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at it this way, that a lot of the systems that we have already in this country, they are sometimes prone to failure. I mean, look at almost all our state corporations, NHIF, MSSF, pay as you earn. The minute many people log in to try and do their end of month, whatever, returns, suddenly those systems are not working. So you can imagine the number of patients. If many patients are logging into the system, it has to be very, very well done. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful about the kind of technology and the kind of system that we put up, because that system may also be a problem. Mr. Speaker, careful that we do not have any possibility of people hacking into the health system, because if that were to happen, Mr. Speaker, they could corrupt data and of course put our people's lives in jeopardy. So it's really, really something that we need to look at. Mr. Speaker, also, you know, for us to have this health system work and for the digital system to work, we also have to have ICT, we also have to have Wi-Fi. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about our dispensaries being able to send data to hospitals in the city, to hospitals that are level 4, level 5. Mr. Speaker, where is this digital connection? We were promised digital connection in our markets, in our villages. Mr. Speaker, it is still not there. So as we are coming up and we are proposing to pass this, Mr. Speaker, this is likely going to end up being hot air. We talk about it, we pass it, and we are unable to implement it because we do not have the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not opposing. I am just posing a challenge.
Let's hear a point of order from the Deputy Speaker.
It's a point of information to Honorable Mbui. Honorable Mbui is being a pessimist, and if he believes that technology does not work, you should stop carrying your phone and not use a telephone. In fact, you're speaking on a microphone here in this house, courtesy of technology. You're speaking in this house, recorded by Hansard, courtesy of technology. Are you telling us that we must just stay frozen in time and remain in the Stone Age times just because you fear technology and that you're a pessimist, yet is a beneficiary of technology? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, the voting that went on in this country that you are elected on was courtesy of technology. So you should give up your seat first if you don't believe in technology. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to ignore that because I talked about the promises for Wi-Fi in our markets, in our villages, which is still not there. And Mr. Speaker, that is a fact. So I'm just saying that we are likely to pass this bill, and then the dispensaries in Kaviani cannot be able to send this information. Mr. Speaker, can I have some information, please, from my whip of the minority?
You can't. Order. He has not sought to inform anybody, and you have no capacity to solicit information while you are on the chair, on the floor, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, have you heard him now?
Yes. I have not heard anything. Go on, Robert Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So basically, I'm not opposing the bill. I'm just posing the challenges that we are likely to face in the implementation. Otherwise, I said all dreams are valid. We need to work towards the possibility of making this work. But finally, Mr. Speaker, again, even after the technology.
Do you want to be informed by UNED?
Yes, I want to be informed by my whip.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for your indulgence. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inform my deputy minority whip that he is not opposing the bill, but what I wanted to inform him is that technology can fail you at the hour of need, when you need it most. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, technology that fails you at the hour of need, what will you do about it? That's what he's trying to point out, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's not opposed to digitalization at all. He's just telling you that technology can fail. So be prepared that, you know, the other day we were told 25,000 markets will be digitalized. Some worked, some did not work. When people boarded a matatu, it did not work. When they came down, it was working. So that's what he's trying to inform you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So Mr. Speaker, as I finish.
Yes, Chepkonga, what is the point of order?
I don't want his information.
He's not informing, he's on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to standing order number 91 on factual statements. Mr. Speaker, the minority whip purported to want to inform my very good friend, the Honorable Mbui, and then ended up informing the Deputy Speaker, who was on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, on a serious point of order, my very good friend, the Honorable Mbui, he knows, and which he should have brought that information to this House, that when the permanent principal secretary for ICT appeared before a committee, in fact, he even gave one of his markets to be connected, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know which is this failure of technology when he knows I liberalized telecommunication in 1999. He walks around with a mobile which has never failed, Mr. Speaker. He gets me when he wants me, Mr. Speaker. So I don't know which is this technology where he gets, which is going to fail. The statement, Mr. Speaker, in itself is inaccurate.
Okay, wind up, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have loved to ignore my chair, but Mr. Speaker, as I said before, I am not opposing. I am just posing the challenges we are likely to face, because even as he says, there is a market in my constituency that's being connected, the dispensaries are not, and here we are dealing with issues of dispensaries. So, Mr. Speaker, I finally want to just say that we also have to be very careful that as we pass very good legislation like this one, we also have to have the right people managing the technology also that will be in our hospitals. I know the people that serve in some of the dispensaries in my constituency, and I really wonder, when we have this technology, who is going to manage them? So it also means that we are likely to end up increasing the personnel that are in those dispensaries, and I'm wondering who's going to be carrying that burden. Is it the counties? Is it the national government? Yet even some of our dispensaries are not functional because they don't have enough staff. So with those remarks and concerns, I do support the dream. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I'll now, pursuant to this point of order raised by the Honourable Chepkonga, I'll now put the question that the mover now be called upon to reply. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, as I reply, let me thank all the members, including the Honourable Robert Mbui, who has closed by supporting with reservations. And it is also okay to be a pessimist. And Honourable Speaker, if you come from where Honourable Mbui comes from, he knows that about 3 weeks ago, because I've had him divert to issues to do with the connectivity of markets. He knows the CS Eliud Owalo was in the county of Makwiny just 3 weeks ago to launch the connectivity of markets. And a number of bloggers who are well known to Robert were all over online bashing the CS for commissioning connectivity to a market. But this is the beauty of technology, Honourable Speaker, and I'm sure and I'm happy that the Honourable Mbui also has supported this bill with his pessimism and said it is a dream. And indeed, every good idea begins with a dream. And the dream to connect the digital services of healthcare services in this country will be a reality when we approve this bill, Honourable Speaker. And let me thank all the members who have contributed to this bill, including the Dr. Nyikal, who has immense knowledge of the health sector in this country, having served as a director of medical services.
Leader, do you want to be informed by Kenan?
I do not desire to be informed in reply. He could inform me in the next bill, Honourable Speaker. I was saying the Honourable Dr. Nyikal, having served as a director of medical services, he knows the challenges that are there in the medical sector in this country, right from areas that have very low coverage of doctors and access to consultants, to even technological challenges in terms of the equipment that is accessible to patients across the country. And therefore, this bill, Honourable Speaker, will in a very significant manner change the whole architecture of our healthcare system and make sure that universal health coverage becomes a reality under the Kenya Kwanza administration's plan, or the manifesto Christian, the plan. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and urge all of us to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Digital Health Agency, to provide a framework for provision of digital health services, to establish a comprehensive integrated digital health information system, and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 11, the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, again, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to begin by thanking the Committee of Health under the able leadership of the Chair, the Honorable Pukose, and his Vice Chair, the member for Chukaigamba Ngombe, Honorable Patrick, because again, as I mentioned, as I moved the Digital Services Bill, Digital Health Bill, Honorable Speaker, this committee sat through the recess period to listen to very many stakeholders, and very many of them, Honorable Speaker, were interested in this social health insurance bill, because this bill, Honorable Speaker, in a big way changes the management of the National Health Insurance Fund as we have known it. Honorable Speaker, members will appreciate the challenges that have bedeviled NHIF, right from the days of clinics to the recent times of St. Peter's and some other facilities in Meru. And every now and then, government has had to crack the whip to deal either with the board or the management at NHIF because of issues that touch on corruption, Honorable Speaker. This bill speaks to matters touching on corruption in the governance and management structure of NHIF, Honorable Speaker. Because we have had a mongrel of an organization in NHIF that has grown over the years. Honorable Speaker, a number of amendments have been done to the NHIF Act, Honorable Speaker, and very many reforms have been effected in the health insurance coverage of Kenyans, and to enhance the capacity of NHIF, Honorable Speaker. And part of these reforms included the upward revision of premiums that we did in this House in 2015, the expansion of the NHIF benefit package that previously included only inpatient care, and they now added outpatient care and several other specialized services. Honorable Speaker, members will also appreciate the care for certain illnesses, like the treatment of dialysis, or rather provision of dialysis services under NHIF, the provision of chemo and radiotherapy services also that have subsequently become payable under NHIF. Honorable Speaker, they also have had various reforms in the human resource structure and the function organization structure of NHIF. ICT, just as we've just spoken to with the Digital Health Bill, there have been various ICT-related reforms relating to automation of several key core functions, including claims management at the NHIF, member registration, and premium contribution. Today, Kenyans can be able to contribute for their premiums from dialing on their phones. And of course, several amendments that we've had to do in this House to the NHIF Act. Honorable Speaker, the the Social Health Insurance Bill of 2023 seeks to accelerate the progress that we have made in these reforms and actualize universal health coverage, as we did promise under the Kenya Kwanza administration in our campaigns last year. Honorable Speaker, where those reform initiatives have yielded significant progress, several gaps still remain, especially from a recent analysis which shows that, among others, the National Health Insurance Fund operates under a very passive regime and is therefore a passive buyer or a passive purchaser of health services rather than a strategic purchaser of health services. NHIF, Honorable Speaker, is also plagued by inefficiency and governance challenges, as has been witnessed in the recent past, Honorable Speaker. Just the other day, a number of high-ranking officers at NHIF were forced to relinquish their positions, including the former CEO, because of those governance challenges and efficiencies in the system. Honorable Speaker, NHIF has also turned to be potentially financially unsustainable under its current structure. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that the government proposed to have a paradigm shift, a complete paradigm shift in the provision of social health insurance as proposed in this bill, and one that would seek to, among others, repeal the current NHIF Fund Act of 1998. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the principal object of this bill is to put a legislative framework that will regulate the provision of social health insurance, promote the implementation of the universal health coverage, as I mentioned, as was espoused in our Vision 2030 and reinforced by the Kenya Kwanza's plan of 2022. It will also ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality health services. The bill, therefore, Honorable Speaker, upon enactment, will repeal the National Health Insurance Act number 9 of 1998. This bill, Honorable Speaker, will regulate the provision of social health insurance, which will reduce the current high cost of out-of-pocket expenses by many Kenyans on healthcare. In doing this, Honorable Speaker, we'll be fulfilling the provisions of Article 43 of our Constitution on social rights, which among them includes the right to access affordable health care, and that is what we seek to provide under UHC. Honorable Speaker, the paradigm shift that I spoke to seeks to address primary health care with the goal of enhancing preventative and promotive care to reduce the demand for healthcare commodities. Honorable Speaker, members will know that the current state is one that deals more with curative, or rather has a curative approach, rather than a preventative and a promotive approach. And therefore, we are shifting from what is more of curative to preventative and promotive approach that will come under the primary health care. We also be in a situation, Honorable Speaker, currently where we have a non-comprehensive or vertical services, and we are moving to a comprehensive and integrated services under this new bill, and that will be realized through the digital health bill that we just passed, Honorable Speaker. We have a fragmented primary health care structure. Honorable Speaker, we endeavor to shift to a primary health care which has networks that strengthen service delivery right from level 1, level 2, all the way to level 3. Honorable Speaker, lastly, we have under NHIF a non-sustainable or a financial support system that is not sustainable as we speak. Therefore, we are moving to a very sustainable financing model where Kenyans, those who are paying 500 shillings, will now enjoy lower rates at the rate of 300 shillings. Honorable Speaker, we are moving to a sustainable system where Kenyans who before could not access health care because they could not afford, today under the primary health care fund, so long as they are members of NHIF or they have registered with the fund, they will be able to access primary health care at their local dispensaries at level 1, 2, 3 without having to pay, Honorable Speaker, and the Social Health Insurance Fund will cater for their health care. Over and above that, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans have suffered immensely. And I spoke, as I moved the digital health bill, Honorable Speaker, to instances where families have agonized as to whether to sell their land, dispose of other valuable assets to be able to sort out medical bills. And especially so, Honorable Speaker, if you've had a family member who suffers from a chronic illness, Honorable Speaker, be it cancer or diabetes, Honorable Speaker, the cost is out of reach for millions of Kenyans. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, the chair of the Health Committee will tell you, probably less than 7% of the Kenyan population is able to afford quality health services that is provided by our health services sector. And this bill seeks to ensure that no Kenyan is left behind in the provision of accessible, affordable, and quality health care, Honorable Speaker. Whether you suffer from chronic illnesses, whether you are among those who are categorized as indigents, or even the elderly in our community, people who have no access to any productive sources of income, Honorable Speaker, under this new architecture of NHIF, under the Social Health Insurance Fund, Honorable Speaker, those people will be able to access health care, again, that will be catered for by the Social Health Insurance Fund, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I say, the bill promotes the attainment of universal health coverage, and that is why I'm speaking to right from primary health care to the chronic illnesses that will be catered under for by this bill. And by realizing universal health coverage in the country, it seeks to ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality health services. This is through the provision of health coverage, as I mentioned, to older persons, indigents, and other vulnerable persons in our society, including persons in lawful custody. Honorable Speaker, that tells you that even those who are in our prisons today, Honorable Speaker, for many years, being in prison in this country is almost like a death sentence. Because if you fall sick in our prison services, in our prisons, Honorable Speaker, you are a candidate for going to heaven or anywhere else. Because access to health care is almost impossible under our current regime. But we are making sure with this bill, Honorable Speaker, that even those of us in society who are undergoing correctional services, in our correctional services, have access to affordable and meaningful quality health care, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill, if you look at Part 3 and Part 4 and Part 5 of the bill, Part 3, Honorable Speaker, is a bill that seeks to create the Primary Health Care Fund, which will receive monies appropriated by us here in the National Assembly, grants, gifts, and donations. It will also have monies allocated for that purpose, for the purposes that it is established from fees and levies that they administer, and monies accruing or received by the fund from any other source, Honorable Speaker. And this Primary Health Care Fund, Honorable Speaker, is what I was speaking to, that will take care of Kenyans at the primary health care facilities, be it level 1, be it level 2, be it level 3, or your local health care dispensary, Honorable Speaker. And you know, Honorable Speaker, again, the chair of the committee will tell you, as they engage with stakeholders and in the healthcare sector, they got to learn that many Kenyans who are suffering from chronic illnesses like cancer, or what are categorized as critical illnesses, are Kenyans who never had to progress to that critical stage of getting into the critical illnesses or chronic illnesses if they had proper health care at the primary health care sector level, Honorable Speaker. And it is that this bill seeks to cure. That a Kenyan today should be able to walk into a level 1, level 2, level 3 facility or even a local dispensary, get the correct diagnosis. And Honorable Speaker, let me just go back. Beyond primary health care in the dispensaries and level 1, 2, 3 hospitals. Yesterday, Honorable Speaker, those who cared to watch and follow what the President was doing at Uhuru Park, he was not speaking, as I've seen some bloggers say, that he was commissioning development for a hostile country. The President was commissioning universal health coverage services, and by commissioning the volunteers the CHVs, community health volunteers, who have been working with no pay, and now they are being incorporated into the mainstream healthcare sector of our country, being paid by government through our national government and our county governments, and hundreds of thousands of community health promoters and volunteers, Honorable Speaker, will now work under stipend. And with the bags that you saw them being commissioned with at Uhuru Park yesterday. And I was saying it is not what that particular blogger was talking about, that the President is commissioning development to a hostile country. There is nothing hostile with a country that is dealing with a dysfunctional healthcare system. And it begins with those community health promoters. With their bags, they should be able to walk into your home tomorrow, take your temperature. If you have COVID, they will be able to diagnose that and be able to tell you now you need to go to a hospital. If it was probably just a small headache, they will be able to administer paracetamols because they are trained for that. They will be able to measure your blood pressure. They will be able to measure your blood sugar. And that way they will be able to offer you proper advice, medical advice, on what kind of service you need to seek and from what facility, Honorable Speaker. And that brings us now to the primary health care fund that will now come in and take care of you at the primary health facilities level. And that, if you are a member of this fund, Honorable Speaker, you need not worry about the bills. They will be sorted out. Honorable Speaker, part 4 of the bill speaks to the creation. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the member for Konoin, Brighton Yegon, and the member for Bomet Central, who are behaving like we're in South Technical. And you could hear the way they are laughing, Honorable Speaker, like they're in a classroom in South Technical. I hear they are discussing the transformation of Honorable Toto. But we must protect the Honorable Toto from the Honorable Brighton and the Honorable Kipyegon, and especially from that laughter by Honorable Brighton Yegon. Honorable Speaker, I wanted them to listen, because if you go to Met County, Longisa Hospital, there are many patients there who ought not to have been referred to Longisa, taking up bed space, if they had accessible and affordable primary health care. And that is why I needed the members from Bomet County to listen. Honorable Speaker, I was saying in part 4, the Social Health Insurance Fund is being established under part 4 of this bill. And this fund, Honorable Speaker, is what will basically take up most of the work that now was under what is NHIF as we know it, Honorable Speaker. If you go to part 5 of the bill, Honorable Speaker, it creates what I've already spoken to, the Emergency, Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund. Honorable Speaker, I have said, and I've mentioned there before, Honorable Speaker, that this fund, Honorable Speaker, is what has made many families across our country destitute. Every weekend, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, nowadays, previously it was every weekend when we went home and you had to deal with cards, fundraiser cards, dropped in your constituency office. Nowadays, all these members of parliament will tell you they are not in less than 100 or 200 WhatsApp groups created for fundraising for health bills in their constituencies. And for some of us like myself and Honorable Junet, we get invitations even from people who don't hail from our constituencies. And these are the challenges that we must deal with as leaders. And there is no better way, Honorable Speaker, you know, Junet is very disruptive. Now he's saying he's people from Bomet. And the last person who added me to a WhatsApp group was actually a member of Suna East constituency. Fundraising for a medical bill. Honorable Speaker, I was saying these challenges are challenges that we are living with as leaders. And it behoves us, Honorable Speaker, that we confront these challenges now and not tomorrow, Honorable Speaker. We cannot deal with it by continuously attending fundraisers, Honorable Speaker. We must create funds whether you have a chronic or critical illness in this country, you'll be able to walk into a hospital, get admitted, get proper administration of the right medication, and go home knowing your family will not be turned destitute because of hospital bills, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this critical illnesses fund will come to support many families across this country. Honorable Speaker, let nobody lie to you. Even in our own WhatsApp groups as members of Parliament, we have fundraised for our family members, because even as a member of Parliament, healthcare is unaffordable. Honorable Speaker, speak to former members of Parliament, they will tell you, amongst the hugest challenge they have as former members, having left the Parliamentary Service Commission's scheme, medical scheme, is being able to afford health care and health insurance coverage. Honorable Speaker, with this critical illnesses fund, and I'm not saying former members of Parliament suffer from critical illnesses or chronic illnesses, but these are things we live with, Honorable Speaker, and we must be the ones to offer solutions. And I want to invite all of us, Honorable Speaker, to rise to the occasion and create this fund that will sort out universal health coverage. It has been tried before, Honorable Speaker. The government or the administration of our former president, Mwai Kibaki, the late Mwai Kibaki, tried it. It did not work. The last regime, the Jubilee regime, tried it. And after the 4 pilot counties, they were courageous to declare that it has failed. We cannot and we must not afford to fail this time around, Honorable Speaker. And that is why a lot of work has gone to thinking through the system. And I know, Honorable Speaker, there are fears whenever there are changes. There is also people who are skeptics and will not believe that things can change and change for the better, but I want to assure Kenyans that this new social insurance fund will sort out the issue of universal health coverage, sort out the question of affordable health care, and ensure no families in Kenya, upon enactment of this bill, Honorable Speaker, and the other bills that are being considered in the Senate, and I'm sure which will be transmitted here as we shall transmit these 2 bills to the Senate, Honorable Speaker, that upon their enactment, at least those who have been delegated to be among the destitutes of our country by health bills, upon enactment, no other Kenyan family should be declared destitute on account of a family member having accessed an affordable health care that the family could not afford, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I know there has been a lot of lobbying, and it is there, Honorable Speaker, because as I said, change, whenever there is change in a system, people are fearful. People are fearful, I know, including the staffers of NHIF, that with the enactment of this bill, they will lose their jobs. I want to assure our hard-working staffers at NHIF, so long as you have not engaged in corruption, so long as you are a diligent worker, you shall not lose your job. No Kenyan will lose a job on account of a bill being enacted. And the fact that you are being asked to reapply is so that the new organization gets the best out of NHIF, Honorable Speaker, and the others can be redeployed elsewhere, Honorable Speaker. 2, Honorable Speaker, you know, from healthcare providers NHIF as it is today has been a cash cow. And I mentioned from the days of clinics and others in the Mwai Kibaki administration, to those who have attempted to loot NHIF under this administration, and I must thank the Minister for Health, C.S. Nakumicha, for the quick action she took to ensure that governance within NHIF is proper and nobody takes advantage of funds that are being contributed by Kenyans to provide affordable health care, Honorable Speaker. And the cartels, Honorable Speaker, that have been managing by proxy the governance structures of NHIF today are running scared. And I know, Honorable Speaker, they are mobilizing. They are lobbying, including those who are health insurance, private health, medical health insurance providers and insurance companies in this country, Honorable Speaker. They have taken advantage of Kenyans on a matter as dire as the health care of Kenyans. It is up to us here today to put to a stop that taking advantage of Kenyans when they are most vulnerable, when they are sick, by people who are minting billions in the businesses they run. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, because I know all those cartels are listening to me, I want to announce to them, as has been said before, that mambo ni mangapi? To quote His Excellency the President, that the cartels who have benefited from NHIF, mambo ni matatu. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, will sort out these cartels. And I know many of them have proposed amendments that I have seen them shuttling them between one member to the other. I want to assure them we shall stand guard in the committee of the whole House, not to protect this bill, but to protect the Kenyan people who have suffered over the years. It is time we became leaders and put the interest of our people ahead of our own interests. And I want to plead, Honorable Speaker, even as we propose amendments in the committee of the whole, when that time comes, Honorable Speaker, that we shall do such amendments that will help us realize universal health coverage within the shortest time possible and actualize the dreams that the Kenyan people have had since independence, that they could walk to a hospital, access affordable and quality health care, walk back home without having to worry about hospital bills. It is a dream that Kenyans have dreamt, and it is a vision that we can realize together. Not just within our lifetime, Honorable Speaker, as my deputy here is whispering, but within the life of this session of Parliament and within this debate and upon enactment of this bill. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, allow me once again to request to move and to request second. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Dr. Bukose, proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank members of my committee, beginning with my deputy, the Honorable Patrick Ndwiga Munene, member for Chuka Ikambe Ng'ombe, the Honorable Martin Pepela, the Honorable Cynthia Muge, Honorable Mary Maingi, Honorable Pauline Lenguris, Honorable Anthony Kibagendi, Honorable Bishop Titus Kamala, Honorable Dr. Joshua Odongo Ron, Honorable Julius Legakeny Sunguli, Honorable Ruben Kimwok Kiborek, Honorable Martin Owino, Ward Chief, Honorable Duncan Maina, Honorable Professor Kuyo Jaldesa, and Honorable James Nyikal, Dr. James Nyikal. Honorable Speaker, these members really gave a lot of their time to make sure that not just these two bills, we've actually processed 4 bills during these holidays. We have a bill on Kenya Drugs Authority, which I tabled the report. We have a bill on assisted reproductive health by Honorable Millie Adhiambo, which I'll be tabling the report tomorrow. And then these other 2 bills, which have been processed during this recess by these members. Among them, Honorable Speaker, even the Honorable, I want to single out Honorable Cynthia Muge. She was on maternity leave. Her baby is only 4 months, and she was able to create time to come to Mombasa and process those bills. Honorable Speaker, that is a very commendable commitment. It shows how committed the members of this committee are in taking the House business. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to thank the various partners, NHIF, Ministry of Health, and in particular also my legal team, Faith Sialai, and my lead clerk, Arale Hassan, for having led the Parliamentary Secretariat to do the great job that we've done today. Honorable Speaker, this social health insurance bill is creating a paradigm shift in as far as national social health insurance is concerned. And in particular, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank His Excellency for President Dr. William Ruto for guiding this process and making sure that we are able to deliver this bill in the shortest time possible. I want to thank all the members who came for the public participation to make their contributions to this bill. I'll not be able to mention them, but for this bill we had 25 memorandums to the committee, with some of the members appearing before this committee and making their contributions. This bill, Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, NHIF has been a thorn in the flesh. There's been a lot of corruption, and as even we speak, this committee is carrying out investigations into the fraud by close to almost 30 or 40 hospitals into the NHIF scheme. This is something that must come to an end. Honorable Speaker, this bill creates 3 funds. It creates the primary health care fund, it creates critical emergency and chronic illness fund, it creates a social health insurance fund. Primary health care fund will be at level 1, level 2, and level 3. And the health care promoters, what we call the PCNs, will be every PCN will be in charge of 100 households. And as you saw yesterday, His Excellency President William Ruto launched distribution of the gadgets for 100,000 community healthcare providers at Hurbak yesterday. This is a commendable contribution to the healthcare of this nation. And in it, the national government played a 50-50 share in terms of enumeration, or in terms of giving the healthcare promoters who have been working as volunteers for many years without anybody giving them a single cent. Yesterday, the national government agreed that they'll be able to pay 50% and the county government pays 50% to these healthcare promoters. So that despite the moving from one house to another, when they get back to their houses, at least they have something to go back to. they have something which they can give their families. Healthcare promoters, Honorable Speaker, are critical contributors to healthcare in this nation. As my friend and member of my committee, Ward Chief, Honorable Martin Owino, who is a primary healthcare specialist, from his experience, which has immensely contributed to the committee's many decisions in supporting this primary healthcare. The primary healthcare is the first call of health service. These are the people who will be able to look at the health at the grassroots level, to make sure that even illnesses that could have taken time to be identified, they'll be able to refer you to the right place. They refer you to the dispensary, they can refer you to the health center, then from there, you can be able to get your service. The emergency chronic illnesses and fund and critical illnesses fund. Today morning, Honorable Speaker, members from my community coming from Mutembei who had gone to the dialogue committee headed by majority leader and the minority leader in Bomas to present the issue of Mount Elgon county number 50, which they want. Unfortunately, when they were going back, they were involved in an accident. But I want to thank the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital for attending to them urgently, making sure that they've been treated, and some of them have gone home, and they have 2 who are admitted there. When we have this fund in place, Honorable Speaker, such emergency which has occurred can always be taken from this fund. We have people who are on renal dialysis. After they exhausting their fund in the NHIF, more often they've been paying for enhancement. Enhancement now is not going to be something that you need to pay for, because you have critical care, you have chronic illnesses, you have emergency fund. So what we've done in this law is that we provided that for any other, we know that we have some of our elderly brothers, senior civil servants, former members of parliament. You now have access to the chronic illness fund, but still we provided for you to negotiate with NHIF on how you can be able to enter enhancement. Because in the past, enhancement has been also prone to abuse, where somebody pays for enhancement, but the services you access is more than what you pay for. So we must be able also to guard for that abuse. I know there are worries about the transition in terms of the NHIF staff. What we've agreed is that within one period of transiting, 1 year of transition, the board will be able to carry out assessment. Because we wouldn't want to create a vacuum also. So because we don't want to create a vacuum, we will be able to give the board an opportunity to be able to carry out assessment of those working within NHIF, to see who is competent, who has the necessary skills to carry out several functions, and those ones can be retained. If there is mismatch, as reported in the consultant's report, which was commissioned by the World Bank. Take, for example, you are a geologist. What are you doing in NHIF as a geologist? You should be taken to a geology department within the public service to offer your geology services. You can't be in NHIF. So what we want is that we want the board to sit down, look at those who are competent to offer services. We have people in NHIF who have been involved in corruption activities. Why should they still be there? Especially in areas like procurement, where you have somebody even going to court to protect himself from being transferred. What business does such a person have in NHIF? So we want to make sure that this NHIF is able to offer services. And as the majority leader quoted the head of state, mambo ni matatu. Mambo ni matatu pia. Kwamba either you go to public service, you can retire voluntarily, or the third one, if you are competent, then we retain you. So that's how we wanted the NHIF to also perform. Hiyo ni mambo ni matatu ya rais. Na lazima tufuate hayo. So, Honorable Speaker, this Social Health Insurance Fund will be presenting its budget to the National Assembly for approval. That budget, once approved, cannot be amended unless through a supplementary paper that will still come again to the House. This is to control abuse, because in the past, NHIF would make a budget proposal, present it to the board, then at the board level, they are able to implement, and that was prone to abuse. Now, it will be up to the National Assembly Committee on Health to approve that budget, and once it's approved, you can only make amendments through a supplementary budget, which is a complete shift from what it was before, where people are just sitting, coming up with proposals. You come up with a proposal costing billions of money. And this is where we are talking about cartels, where majority leader says you have cartels who think they can be able to bring amendments to continue doing what you've been doing. You've been warned. That is not going to happen. We're going to ensure that things are done in a proper and transparent manner.
What's your point of order, Honorable Junet?
Madam Speaker, I don't doubt the competence of the chairman of the Health Committee, Honorable Pokose. Madam Speaker, amendments in this House can only be brought by a member of parliament. There is no member of parliament here whose name is a cartel. So if you think the NHIF people want to bring amendment, they have no avenue to do it here. It is only a member of, Honorable Pokose, it's only a member of parliament who can, and every member is entitled to bring an amendment to a bill. It is his right, constitutional right. I can see the majority is trying to tutor you, but the issue here is every member is entitled to do an amendment as so he wishes. Now the thing is, whether the amendment will be carried or defeated is another issue. The amendment can be carried on the floor or the amendment can be defeated, Honorable Pokose. So don't gag members. You are using very serious, intimidating words that nobody might even attempt to do an amendment to this bill, Honorable Pokose. When have you transformed from a serious medical practitioner to a serious threat and warmonger in this House?
Let me allow Honorable Pokose, then you can give your point of order, Leader of Majority.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. And when we are consulting with Majority Leader, it is actually sponsor an amendment to create room. What I'm saying is the whole House. I'm not saying this side or that side of the House. I'm saying this House is aware and is alive to any cartel outside there sponsoring an amendment through any member to continue corrupt practices in NHIF.
Thank you, Honorable Pokose. I think you've made yourself clear. Do you still have a point of order, Leader of Majority? He has answered. Okay, proceed, Honorable Pokose.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Junet for being alert. And I hope that he will be alert to many of those kinds of amendments that will be sponsored, so that we can make sure that we streamline NHIF to make sure that it's transparent. It is able to offer services to our people, because a person who is sick in Migori and a person who is sick in Endebess deserves good health care services at an affordable, efficient, and quality services within this country. With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, be read a second time. The Honorable Member for Nyeri Town, Honorable Maina Mathenge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill. I'm a member of the Health Committee, Honorable Speaker. And today, it is one of my greatest days as an elected member of Parliament. Because before this House, I had proposed amendments to the existing NHIF Act to better cushion Kenyans against the very costly out-of-pocket expenditures that have led very many families to financial catastrophe and ruin. Honorable Speaker, this bill helps us as a House realize the constitutional right to Kenyans to health. It helps us move a step closer towards the realization of the Abuja Declaration 2001 on health financing, and it also helps us move closer towards the realization of SDG 3 on health. And therefore, this is not just a phenomenal moment for this House. It is a momentous occasion for every Kenyan and for every member of Parliament who really cares about the welfare of the people who elected us. Honorable Speaker, this bill guarantees every Kenyan at every level to be able to access health services without having to worry about whether they can afford it or not. It allows every Kenyan, whether they are earning a living or not, whether they are in prison or not, whether they are Kenyans living in this country who are not ordinarily Kenyans, but when they are in our space, they can access medical care. Honorable Speaker, this bill puts into perspective the dream of every Kenyan child in terms of infant and child mortality. Honorable Speaker, this bill assures the survival of every mother and child in terms of maternal and infant mortality. Honorable Speaker, this bill assures the right of every Kenyan to sexual and reproductive health. Honorable Speaker, this bill assures every Kenyan's access to medical treatment should they be involved in an accident, be it a road accident or any other form of accident. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I am urging all Kenyans, wherever they are, to ensure that on the day that we are meeting here as a committee of every house, that Kenyans from all corners of the country call upon their members of Parliament to stand with them in the area of health services provision. Kenyans must also be vigilant because we are aware, as it has been claimed here, that we have amendments that have been being sponsored by people who have always exploited Kenyans and benefited from the unfortunate incidents of being sick in our country. And I pray that on the day we have the committee of the whole House, that every member of Parliament will forget about the possibility of making an extra buck by accepting to bring an amendment that is not in the interest of the ordinary Kenyan citizen. This bill, Honorable Speaker, in my view, will be a measure of our patriotism as legislators. This bill, Honorable Speaker, also assists the Kenya Kwanza government deliver on its manifesto on the promise of UHC. On the promise of UHC, this promise was cross-cutting both to the Kenya Kwanza and the AZIMIO during the campaigns. And therefore, this is one reason, this is one instance where all of us as legislators must close our ranks and forget whatever political persuasion we come from and start with the ordinary Kenyans. Madam Speaker, lastly, healthcare in this country today for those who are of low means has been sustained through fundraisers. Every member of Parliament in a week has to attend between 5 and 10 fundraisers, including people who happen to know you because they have seen you on TV and they know that you are a legislator. They are seeking out for help. Kenyans have been crying. I hope it is time that as legislators, we accept to hear, heed, and sort out the cry of Kenyans on the area of healthcare. Madam Speaker, I thank you and I support.
The Honorable Deputy Leader of Majority, Honorable Owen Baya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want to thank the committee for a good job and also wanted to thank the Kenya Kwanza government for implementing its manifesto under the bottom-up transformation economic agenda. Honorable Speaker, healthcare in this country has been one of the greatest headaches. That families go bankrupt, families sell all their assets because someone is sick. Honorable Speaker, we have had an animal called NHIF for a long time. We have put in lots of our money in that. Kenyans have put in lots of their money because they had trust that this NHIF would help them sort out their medical bills, that they will not have to sell their assets, that their parents, their kids will not be detained in hospitals. But NHIF has let this country down. It is time now we reform the NHIF to ensure that we have universal health care that will take care of the people that require this facility. Honorable Speaker, you and I will have a medical scheme, and many other organizations and people who work in these big organizations will have medical schemes that will take care of them. But the majority of Kenyans do not qualify under that category that they will be able to have an insurance for their medical needs. But majority of them look at government and say, what is it that government can do for my health? This government of Kenya Kwanza has said, yes, we have something that we can do for you. We can reform NHIF, ensure it is more efficient, ensure it takes care of diseases like cancer, diseases that are chronic, diseases that at the end of the day when somebody gets this disease, a family goes bankrupt. And we have said we have an opportunity now to reform NHIF and ensure that we have an organization. The Social Health Insurance Bill 2023 is the panacea, the thing that will sort out this issue of medical bills. Honorable Speaker, I take cognizance of some of the most interesting things that are coming out. One, as we pass the digital health bill, it is linked to this social health insurance bill. That apart from the fact that we will treat patients, patients are able to import and export data to other facilities such that those facilities have an opportunity to treat our patients without having them to travel. That we shall have an opportunity to use the much talked about telemedicine that many people say, you know, you can use telemedicine in this country and treat people. But it has not happened because we do not have the requisite law. Now we are putting the requisite law to ensure that telemedicine becomes a reality, that sharing of information becomes a reality. But Honorable Speaker, it is also important to note that health insurance coverage in this country is very low. At least you know that when it is low, then its effectiveness and efficiency is in doubt. But with this new scheme that we will roll, that this government will roll when we pass this bill, we will ensure that we have more and more people that can join. And when you have an organization that is efficient and effective, Kenyans will have confidence such that when they are asked to pay money for a service, they will actually pay. When they will be told that there will be a tax on this matter, they will pay. The problem that we have, Honorable Speaker, is accountability on tax. What I believe in, a justice system, a tax system that is just is a tax system that is accountable. That when you receive the money, you are accountable to the citizens for ensuring that you provide services. As we reform NHIF, Honorable Speaker, it is also important to speak to the county governments who actually are the providers of this service. What are they doing to ensure that we have well-stocked hospitals? What are they doing to ensure there are doctors who will ensure that we have an accountable system? NHIF pays for what is provided, what the patient requires. Honorable Speaker, The principal object of this bill is to put in place a legislative framework to regulate the provision of social health insurance, promote and implementation of the universal health coverage, and ensure that all Kenyans have access to affordable and comprehensive quality health services. Quality health services is one of the objects of this bill. As we do all these things, Honorable Speaker, one of the most important things is to end corruption in hospitals so that our citizens can get quality health services. That when money goes into this organization, we know, and it led to the dismissal of the MD there who has been there, that corruption has beriddled NHIF for many years. How do we ensure we reform it? We cannot just pass a law here and say we have reformed the NHIF. We need to go into that organization, dismantle what it is, and reassemble, and assemble a new organization, an organization that will take care of the of the health care for Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, I take cognizance that, and I want to inform the House that there's been a lot of lobbying from workers in HIF, that they have a problem with Section 2, the last sections, where the transition provisions on workers. They have even lobbied me and said, we want to be automatically absorbed. But this brings into question, how do you reform an organization when you're going to just take everything, put everything that was in the other side, change the name and say you have reformed? Human resource that have been in HIF need to rethink, have they been providing quality services for Kenyans? Have they been truthful to the call to ensure that Kenyans have a universal health system care that really works? And I think this is the time when we need to separate the chaff from the maize and say those that have been bad eggs within NHIF cannot join the new organization. That I support. But what I want also to see is fairness in ensuring that Kenyans that have done well are continue to do well. Those that have not done very well, Honorable Speaker, should pave way for others so that we have an organization that will ensure universal health care. Honorable Speaker, two things matter to me. One, if we can provide good health, good education for our children, the second thing that we must provide as a country is good health care. A healthy nation is a wealthy nation, and we are able to ensure that this country moves forward. Other developed countries, Honorable Speaker, if you go to the United States, healthcare becomes one of the key agendas during an election, healthcare. And every president will give his own idea of how to ensure that he has provided good healthcare for the Kenya Kwanza. Use the plank of good healthcare system to ensure that we win the vote. My friends, the people that Honorable Junet described as a certain animal some time ago, never gave really a good and a credible proposal on healthcare. Kenya Kwanza did. This is the time that we need to ensure we implement what we campaigned on, and one of them is this one. And this we will do within our time. And also to add on what the leader said, not just our time, but this session of Parliament, we must bring these refreshing ideas, this revolutionary idea in the healthcare system of this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And honorable members, I know we haven't asked for reduction of time on this debate, but I'm just asking you humbly that if we, because there's a lot of interest, if we can speak briefly, each of us, if you agree, so that other members can be able to participate. The Honorable Junet Mohammed.
Madam Speaker, thank you for according me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, you see, they say when the only tool you have is a hammer, you think the only problem that exists is a nail. Madam Speaker, the problem in this country, and it has been so not in this regime, even in previous regimes since independence, is every problem that confronts the country, we think it requires legislation. Keep on legislating, which is good for us as parliamentarians because it keeps us busy and we do our work. But does legislation really address the issues that we are facing as this country, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, if you look at the issues Kenyans are facing today, are major issues of administrative in nature. Madam Speaker, Kenyans are suffering, healthcare is a problem, and it has been so for many years, and people are going out of the country to seek healthcare, either in India or other countries. But Madam Speaker, what is the elephant in the room in the healthcare service, especially in relation to the existing institutions like NHIF? The elephant in the room is corruption. If that is sorted out, you will see every Kenyan will get quality service in the healthcare by the healthcare providers, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am not opposed to this bill at all. I'm willing to, but we must bring out and we must share as a House issues that are of concern to us in terms of what we are doing. For example, Madam Speaker, we are now saying that we want to transform the NHIF into a social health insurance. That's a good and noble act, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, until we fight corruption head-on in the health sector, we will not get any value for the public money. Look at NHIF, look at MES, the medical equipment services that was done in the last regime for the counties, Madam Speaker. Those equipment have become obsolete. In fact, some of the counties, if you go today, they will not tell you whether they benefited from those equipment. They were just vendor-driven. And the majority leader can bear me witness here, whether MES, the medical equipment system, has worked. It has not worked completely. So the main problem here in this bill, the first clause should be corruption is punishable by death in the health sector. If there's a clause like that, then you will see healthcare providers doing the right thing. Madam Speaker, if you look at NHIF, the model was borrowed from NHS, the National Health Service of UK. When you go there, they still have teething problems. They still have problems with their system, but corruption is not one of them. The quality of health care that a poor person gets is the same quality a rich man gets in the UK because of NHS. And the NHIF was supposed to be modeled with the NHS. It's supposed to work according to the way NHIF works, NHS works. Madam Speaker, until we bite the bullet and we deal with the cartels and the corruption in the health sector, I don't think, even if we bring 10 or 15 acts of parliament, nothing will change. I can promise you. So, my question is, for example, in the bill now, there are very good things that have been proposed, like the critical illness fund. That is very important. Many Kenyans are suffering. There are people who have cancer, there are people who have diabetic, and they are not getting the right attention from the healthcare providers. That is going to help. But in my view, let us not also condemn the whole institution of NHIF as it is today. It has also done some good work. So let us sieve the chaff from the wheat. In this bill, I expected a transition clause that says that the people who are working on NHIF are deemed to have, when the new institution is created, they are no longer in service, but they should be given priority in accordance with their qualification and competence. Instead of employing people from outside, 6,000 people, 10,000 people, where are you taking these 10,000 people? They're also Kenyans. Some of them are competent people, they are diligent people, they have worked very well, they have served the institution, they have served the country. We should have a transition clause that says priority will be given to those people who are working at NHIF, who have good track record, people who have done good job, and people who have, dignity, they have no corruption cases. Everyone's file is there. The file can be perused. The other thing I don't agree with this bill, Madam Speaker, is it is proposing that the new institution will outsource claim management to 5 or so private companies. Then what's the work of this institution? If they cannot process claim, because NHIF, their biggest predicament, their biggest problem in the form of corruption was claim processing. Because hospitals were getting money that they don't deserve. Now you want to outsource to CIC, to Britam, to this insurance company. So what is the work of the board? What is the work of the NHIF? I'm not NHIF. What is the work of this new institution we are creating? Then why can't you let the NHIF do it? So those ambiguities must be addressed in this bill, Madam Speaker, if we are to achieve nobody on the floor of this House can oppose any proposal to make the healthcare of the Kenyans better. All of us have duty, we are bound to support it, Madam Speaker, because you don't know when you will become sick. You might be feeling well today, you might be the next victim. Only God knows how long will you be healthy. So we are duty bound to support any proposal that is ready to make Ishungwa stop sending other members. If you have issues, just stand up and face me. Please, I'm here, but face me.
Honorable Junet, you address people through the speaker. Your point of order, Honorable Muge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am listening to the Honorable Junet, and it seems like, Madam Speaker, he has not read the committee report, because there's a bill, and there's the process that the bill has gone through in the committee, and the committee has made amendments on most of the issues that he's touching on, and the amendments are well stipulated in the report, Honorable Speaker. I want to encourage the Honorable Member to go through the report, and it's not only the Honorable Majority Leader here who has the monopoly of knowledge in raising points of order and whatnot. Every member has the capacity, and we should all be encouraged to read, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker. Okay, there are so many points of orders. Your point of order, Professor Undo, and
point of order, Honorable Speaker. What is being debated here is this bill. It's not the committee report. Being these new members, we know we need to take time to educate them on the process. It is the bill, not the committee report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think, honorable members, you stand guided. It's the bill that's being debated. Leader of Majority, what's your point of order? And I think there's a point of order. Okay, let's get to Leader of Majority first. No, you already completed your time.
Honorable Speaker, it's actually the Honorable Junet who invited me by saying that I am tutoring the Honorable Cynthia Muge. And whereas I have no problem tutoring Honorable Cynthia, because she's a very diligent legislator. But she was mentioning exactly what she has said, that it is true we are debating this bill, but we are debating this bill after a committee of this House has considered the bill and tabled a report that informs part of the issues that the committee seeks to bring to amendment. And therefore, when you are speaking to a report, to a bill, it's always good to refer to the committee report, because they have taken almost 2 weeks looking at the bill, proposed amendments. Therefore, we may also be speaking to things that will no longer be part of the bill, Honorable Speaker. And what I took issue with, Honorable Speaker, is Honorable Junet actually belittling the Honorable Cynthia Muge, that she has to be tutored, knowing that she's a very diligent member from Bomet County, and from Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, where my ancestors hail from, Honorable Speaker. And the Honorable Junet must indeed apologize to the Honorable Cynthia Muge, because she is a very diligent legislator. And you must agree, Junet.
With a lot of experience right from the county assembly, where she excelled and was distinguished. Honorable Makalimulu. Get to you, Honorable Junet. Yes.
It's working. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what I wanted to say is something I've said in this House many times, and it relates to what Honorable Ichungwa said. This House started business at 2:30 this afternoon. And this report we are discussing, we are expected to have read, was tabled, this report and the other one on Dingito, after 2:30. So if we want to be fair to the members, so that they don't debate the bill as it is, let's also allow members time to read this report on the board chair. Otherwise, we'll have a report of a committee which has sat for 2 weeks. Honorable Ichungwa, why have you changed after sitting on that seat? We've known you for so long that we have always been a very sober guy. Anyway, let me stop there, he's my friend.
Honorable Junet, I think you have like a minute left.
Madam Speaker, I want to confirm that Honorable Ishungwa is sober. I know he doesn't drink, that I know. So, Madam Speaker, you see, let me first say that the proposal in the committee's report is not final. It's a proposal. I can agree with you and I can disagree with the committee. You are just proposing an amendment to certain sections of the, maybe as a committee, and I can oppose your proposal. So it doesn't mean that the report of the committee is final.
Please proceed
it doesn't bind
debate.
me. So, Madam Speaker,
Don't respond.
that's the situation in this parliament. I don't know how the county assembly was, but this one, I can disagree with the report of the committee. Anyway, I apologize for saying that Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah was misleading you. So now, anyway, Madam Speaker, if in conclusion, and I'm happy the chairman of the committee has come back, if we are to carry this bill as it is, we must address those issues of concern to the people and to the House. The elephant in the room, I said, is corruption. Let's come up with a way to deal with it in the health sector. Now, how do you want to outsource claim management, Chairman? How? What is the work of that institution? With those few remarks, Madam Speaker, we are going to bring amendments to address those issues, and we will make sure that those amendments are carried because they are good for the country. But I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And honorable members, just in the interest of allowing other members to be able to speak, let's keep our to very few minutes, as short as possible, and try not to repeat yourself. I think we'll have an honorable member for Mathare, Anthony Alwatch, followed by Honorable David Ochieng.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And let me begin from a point that Honorable Ichung'wah mentioned when he was moving, and I agree with him entirely on this one. I think he said that in our country, if you have the misfortune of being committed in any of our institutions, our cells or our prisons, then you are a candidate of a person who has been condemned to death. I say this against the context of Article 43(2)(a) of the Constitution, which clearly states that every person is entitled to emergency health care and shall not be denied emergency assistance. When you look at Article 28 and 29 of the Constitution, they buttress this point by saying that every person has an inherent dignity and the right to that dignity respected and protected. And Article 29 this goes on to conclude by saying every person has a right not to be treated to cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment. Honorable Speaker and members, any person who is predisposed to certain conditions, either high blood pressure, a diabetic, an asthmatic person, is such person who is predisposed to emergency care and must be treated to such. So even as we put in place this bill, I would support very strongly if there are provisions that extends this emergency treatment and social insurance to persons who are in our prisons and in our cells because they are entitled to their rights, notwithstanding the limitations of their confinement. And I say this from the benefit of experience, Honorable Speaker. When I was recently arrested for reasons I will not say here, it was a public arrest held in Comunicado for 19 hours. Honorable Speaker, you will be horrified that if a member of parliament, in spite of asking for emergency medical treatment for 19 hours, would be denied such treatment, then you ask yourself what would happen to ordinary citizens. So if this bill is going to address that question, that emergency medical treatment, and especially in light of this new regime of health insurance that is being proposed, would be extended to persons notwithstanding their confinement, then it is a good thing. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I noticed is that we just debated and concluded the Digital Health Bill. We are now debating the Social Insurance Bill, but both bills seems not to remember that primary health, there is a category of person or medical practitioners called the traditional health practitioners. And I hope that the chair will be listening to this. These are the first port of call to many, many Kenyans at the local level. The first port of call before they can get access to dispensaries, to level 1, to level 2, or what level of treatment. So when you're talking about addressing in a new dispensation, digitizing, how do you do that without bringing into the bracket traditional health practitioners? So that if we are going to comprehensively deal with the question of universal comprehensive health, we cannot do it outside the context of traditional health as well. I am saying this also against the context of the question of research, because we have extended the issues of research as part of what we want to do in terms of universal health. When you're talking about research, we have lost a lot of innovation in traditional health, and I'll just mention one example. Professor Arthur Obel, when he made an invention that would have sorted the issue of HIV and AIDS. This was dismissed because traditional health has been taken to be equal to Uganga. And that is not true. Traditional health is alternative health. And we must bring this equation into the problem of solving the universal health against the context of this new bill. Honorable Speaker, as we discuss this, we must also remember that health is a devolved function. So that even as we put this new institution in place and the authority and the exchequer and resources that will follow it, we must remember that this regime has promised that it will devolve all the functions that are revolved. And devolving all the functions include devolving all the resources that go with it. So that the national government should only remain with the question of policy and enabling environment to ensure that we have social, universal health care. Honorable Speaker, we have a regime or a situation in which we throw taxation at every problem. I am very sure that with this new authority or board that is being created, Kenyans must brace themselves for taxes, taxes, and more taxes. But even as we put in more taxes in order to ensure that there is social comprehensive health for every Kenyan, we must remember the question of equity and equalization, which is entrenched in our foundational principles under Article 10 of the Constitution, so that we do not have all Kenyans contributing towards tax, but when it comes to the benefits of taxation and realizing the benefits of the infrastructure that comes with it, it is only certain parts of this country that benefit. Let the social welfare insurance be something that can benefit somebody from Turkana as it benefits the same somebody who is from Mathare and somebody who is from Diwa. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude by agreeing that the issues of governance, there is an attempt to address them in this bill. But if the attempt is merely to replace certain level of cartels so that we create other monopolies and other duopolies, then that fight against corruption will be a zero-sum game and will not amount to anything. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support this bill with reservations. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Ugenya.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. This bill, the main intention of this bill is to repeal the act that establishes NHIF and create a new system of governing and managing the provision of social health in the country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to start by saying that I support this bill in its current form with the amendment that we'll provide going forward. But, Madam Speaker, I wanted to ask the chair of the committee. This bill, I believe, Madam Speaker, should have started at clause 4 by providing, Madam Speaker, protect me because I can't hear myself. If you may, please.
Please lower the consultations. Lower the consultations, honorable members.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would have imagined that if you wanted a more serious surgery on this sector, the first clause after 3 would have been a declaration that no public servant will seek medical services from the private sector. Number 2, I would have wanted a provision that says that this parliament shall not approve any budget for any institution, judiciary, executive, or parliament that would take private insurance. Then you would tell Kenyans you're providing social help. But if you still leave us parliamentarians to have our own medical scheme, judiciary's own medical scheme, everyone else with their own medical scheme, then we are still throwing most of the Kenyans under the bus. I would imagine that if we want to do a thorough job, let's carry all Kenyans in this basket. Then you'll be shown seriousness in sorting out this issue, Madam Speaker. Number 2 is this bill in its current form, Madam Speaker. I agree with what they provide for. But unless there's also provision, concerted effort to ensure that facilities from the dispensary, health centers to level 3 and level 4 are provided with basic standardized equipment, personnel, then you'll be going towards getting what you're looking for called social health. But merely naming it, merely chunking the funds into one you are calling now, primary, another one you are now calling emergency, another one you are calling chronic. Madam Speaker, we'll need to make amendment to this bill to ensure that the bill deals with 3 very important issues. 1, quality of medical services, so that people can get services wherever they are. Where I come from in Uganda, people travel 40-50 kilometers to do X-ray. Dispensaries, 30 of them in my county, out of maybe 40, only 3-4 have laboratories. A microscope. Potassium malaria is not there. So you can talk about money, talk about how you're going to fund it, but if our institutions are not to a level where they can provide quality services, it's kaput. Won't go anywhere. Madam Speaker, the cost of provision of medical services in this country is terrible. Today you'll go to Kenyatta Hospital, do an X-ray. You go to another doctor tomorrow with the same X-ray, you're told apana, you have to do another X-ray on the same issue. Today you are told to go and do an MRI at another hospital. If you go to Kenyatta University Hospital, you are told to do another X-ray or another MRI of the same issue. We will not sort out the corruption in this sector if we don't get our hands into those kind of malpractices, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's now almost a cliche that every public hospital has a pharmacy along the road run by either the head of that public service or a doctor in that public service hospital or something around there. And that's why every time most public hospitals have no medicines, have no drugs. Madam Speaker, I agree with what's being proposed here. But unless we go to the crux of the matter, adequacy, we have dispensaries and clinical health centers that saw their last doctor 4 months ago. The doctor comes once in a week. The hospital is run by a nurse. I don't see them being handled here. Madam Speaker, the governance of NHIF, the management of NHIF, if we don't deal with it again the right way, it will be just same monkeys, different forests. I hope our government, the Kenya government, will not end up with the same thing you've seen before, where you reorganize a system to bring your people in. Let's not do that. Let's make honest, genuine, effective changes to our social health system so that we as a people can be proud of what we are doing. And that's why I agree with Honorable Junet and all those who have said that if you are creating an authority to manage our funds, why do you want to outsource it? Why do you say in law specifically that you will give some medical providers work? You are not getting work for private sector. And that's why I thought that if we are borrowing from NHS of the UK, Madam Speaker, by the way, NHS is managed completely and entirely by government. There is no intermediaries. Madam Speaker, I thought I would see provisions. We just, passed the second reading of the Digital Health Bill. 40% today of the monies we pay for health provision go into records management, managing our health records, sharing health records, Madam Speaker. And I thought that with the kind of changes we are making, the cost of provision of services could go down to ensure that we are doing the right thing. Madam Speaker, I was very happy yesterday when I saw the President launching the health promotions framework. Madam Speaker, this is the way to go. That most ailments, most of our monies don't go into treating things that ailments that would have been prevented much earlier. And so, and to request members of Parliament here today, the Ministry of Health, the county governments in the country, invest more in prevention, invest more in promotion. It is the way to go. Let's not, Madam Speaker, people die in their village, in our villages, very simple ailments, things that could be dealt with through just civic education on, say, lifestyle, on, say, how to deal with small things. Nowadays, basic things. People have to go from Madam Speaker. I've been looking at the issue of transitioning NHIF. Madam Speaker, we cannot declare the workers there guilty. No one has charged them. No one has put them under any microscope and said you are not fit enough. Madam Speaker, but you can't put their fate before a board, which is coming new tomorrow, that has instructions that you're going in there to clean it. Clean what? No one has been adjudged to be corrupt or bankrupt or malfeasance. So we must give them a fair hearing. Even before we ask them to go, must give them a fair hearing. Madam Speaker, in this current system, I believe that we must also start reducing the wage bill by reducing the size of the boards we set up. This board, if you look at it, has 11 members. 11. Why do you need 11? You just need 4. If you need quorum 5. Why do you need to desegregate and start apportioning? You apportion and say, Kotu will be in the board, KMA will be in the board. Why do you have those ones in the board? Then I'll also want Parliament to be in that board. I'll want LSK to be in that board. Why don't we have lean boards in the bodies we're going to be going forward that can do their work? When you have bigger boards, politics gets in, your remodeling gets in, Madam Speaker, and you're not able to move. I would wish to request the majority leader, if you can have only 5 members of the board, because if you already have the PS Health in the board, why do you need the DG? Why do you need the AG in this board? AG is always providing legal services to all government institutions. Why do you need the AG? Why DG when you already have PS Health? So if we could make provisions to reduce the size of the board, Madam Speaker, I'll be very happy. Madam Speaker, finally, Madam Speaker, I want to request, should this bill go through, the minister concerned, because we have given the minister so many powers, almost at the end of every clause, we are talking about the CS will do this. At the end of every clause, the CS cannot tell us what benefits we will get in an insurance scheme that we are paying for. This Parliament should set up those benefits that we're going to get. Kenyans should know early enough that if you are paying, this is what you get. We cannot leave regulations that have very far-reaching implications to the CS. And so, going forward, we're going to make proposals, Madam Speaker, that should make this bill all-encompassing with serious surgical provisions that would make health care as good as it could be. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Majority Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to this very important bill, National Assembly Bill 2023, Bill to introduce the Social Health Insurance Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I have been looking forward to this minute because I know how important this bill is, and putting into consideration the challenges that Kenyans have been going through in terms of health facilities and funds that are managed under NHIF, that has made many Kenyans to suffer in different ways because of lack of accountability and many other things that have been going on. Madam Speaker, looking at this bill, I feel that through this bill, we will be able to transform the health sector, and we will be able to promote implementation of universal health in every part of this country. And again, we will make sure, or we will ensure that all Kenyans receive equal opportunities in terms of service delivery and also helping our people. I was going through the bill, and I want to appreciate the work of the Health Committee and what they have done so that we come up with this. Madam Speaker, the bill clearly shows what it will do and how it will serve Kenyans. And looking at the first part 2 of this, it establishes the establishment of the Social Health Authority. This authority is the authority that will help in doing everything, and the authority shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession and common seal, and shall in its cooperation be able to do different things. Madam Speaker, as I said, if we put into consideration all this, then we will be able to transform our country. And under that, under the authority, one of the things that has really helped me to accept this is that it will manage, control, and administer the assets of the authority in such a manner and for such purposes as best promotes the objects for which the authority is established. In the past, as I said, in Kenya, we have a lot of policies, but unfortunately, we don't follow the policies. Sometimes we have so many even laws and regulations in place, but why we suffer as a country is because we do not follow. And that is why up to today, as a country, we have a big problem. But if we do this, then there is a hope for our country today. Again, under that, under the authority, then we can also see that it is able to invest the funds, or the funds not immediately required for its purposes in the manner provided in this Act under Section 38. In the past, Madam Speaker, people have saved a lot, even under NSSF and social welfare and all these other things, but accounting for that money again has been a problem. If we put proper measures in place so that for sure these monies are saved somewhere, are fixed somewhere, and it benefits all the members, then as a country we will have achieved a lot. But if the history will be the same, if the story will be the same, that Kenyans pay, Kenyans invest, Kenyans do different things, but the money is mismanaged, and sometimes they cannot even get any trace for the money, then we will not be able to achieve our goals. And I believe under Kenya Kwanza government, we will be able to achieve this because we have committed members, and together with that, we should have qualified staff in place, qualified personnel, whereby people will be put in their relevant fields, and we will be able to control everything. Again, part 3, the bill provides that primary health care fund. The primary health care fund is, there is establishment of a fund to be known as the primary health care fund, whose objects shall be to purchase primary health care services from health facilities. Madam Speaker, today if you go to our hospitals or dispensaries, our people cannot get anything in their hospitals. They are even referred to private hospitals or pharmacies to go and buy Panadols or any other thing. And if all the dispensaries, all the facilities in every part of this country, because sometimes we concentrate on the big town, big cities, and where we have financial muscles. If we can make sure that the services that we provide will go to every part of this country, and the healthcare fund will also be found or be sent to every part of this country, then we will be able to touch the life of everybody and at even the grassroots level, so that this bill will not only be passed in National Assembly or mentioned that it has been, it has to be effected and the President has endorsed, but it will transform people's life. Again, Madam Speaker, the bill in Part 5, Part 4, has what they call the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund. In the past, we know, and currently, many Kenyans have been traveling to different parts of this world, especially India. The traffic is so huge, and as other members have also said, most of the time what we do is to collect funds, to fundraise, even on WhatsApp groups, and even through fundraising in the villages. That has really exhausted all of us, and sometimes you feel embarrassed because you have your neighbor who is sick, you have your family member who is sick and who needs the medical attention, and you cannot be able to assist. And sometimes members are even forced, or opinion leaders are forced to keep borrowing money so that at least they can be relevant socially in their villages. Madam Speaker, this Emergency Chronic and Critical Illnesses Fund will help every part of this country, and also the Kenyans who are suffering from chronic illnesses. Many people today, because of the frustrations and the problems that they have blood pressure, others have diabetes, and many people have been diagnosed at their old age or even as young as they are, with cancer and other illnesses that need a lot of money to be treated. And providing this will be a big relief to everybody in this country, and especially to the caregivers, and also to the people who are already affected by the different illnesses. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and it is my prayer that soon it will be implemented. As I finish, I want to just touch on Part 8 of this bill, where they have talked about Dispute Resolution Committee. And if a person is aggrieved by a decision made under this act, may within 1 month from the date of the decision appeal to the Dispute Resolution Committee for review of such decision. This then means that even those people who have dispute or who have been aggrieved will have a chance to bring forth their complaints and to be catered for by this committee. And that then assures us that things will be different. Madam Speaker, as I finish, I just want to say that even those who are already working, it is good for us to make sure that Kenya is already suffering, and we should not add into that. Economically, people are suffering. We should retain all the qualified staff who are working in this area and make sure that those who need to be promoted will also be promoted. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you. The Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to lend my voice to this extremely important transformational bill. Honorable Speaker, I think today is an important day in the history of Kenya. It is 13 years since we promulgated the 2010 Constitution, which provided under Article 43 that every person has a right to the highest attainable standard of health care, which includes the right to health care and healthcare services, including reproductive health care. Honorable Speaker, this will be a publicly funded social insurance fund that has been established. The difference with this is that it will cover not only those who are employed or on a payroll, as was designed under the now soon to be repealed National Hospital Insurance Fund. In that case, what happened is the only people who could access the highest attainable possible health care was those who actually were in formal employment. And we know that only 4.7 million Kenyans
are in formal employment. 16 million are in informal employment. Because it's publicly funded, it will give us the opportunity also to save ourselves from the predatory nature of private insurance. Private insurance today will do anything not to pay an invoice that has been provided. They will do anything to claim that you had a pre-existing condition. And I've had that personal experience where an insurance company said the patient that taken to the hospital had a pre-existing condition, even though it was being diagnosed for the very first time during that particular hospital. And they got away with it. Also, from my own personal experience, private insurance companies are rejected by most of the top hospitals and doctors in this country. Because most doctors will tell you, I will fill 1,000 papers, I will spend my time filling out forms and creating paperwork, sending it to the insurance company, the private insurance company, and that private insurance company will later take 3 months to pay the doctors. So anybody can testify to you that very recently, I was at a hospital on Parklands Road. And when I took my patient there, they said, we accept NHIF, but we do not accept the private insurance. They refused to accept Jubilee, even though the person had a comprehensive cover. And they said, they take too long to pay us. Yet, the private insurance companies demand upfront payment of premiums. So they receive the money in advance, but they will delay as much as possible to pay others. So we hope, and it is our hope as Kenyans, that a publicly funded and financed health insurance will be able to save us from that. And seeing that the current structure as set out in this bill, this authority has taken many learnings from the failures of the National Hospital Insurance Fund. We know that for a long time, many private hospitals benefited more than public hospitals from the National Hospital Insurance Fund. We know hospitals that were ranked the last few years as being the highest single beneficiary of NHIF payments, yet they didn't have the highest number of patients. It's mind-boggling that private hospitals that are only operating in 2 towns in Kenya were receiving NHIF payments ahead of Kenyatta National Hospital, ahead of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. And so we hope that with this new management and design, that those processes will be a thing of the past. Also, I know that it has been raised by Honorable Junet that legislation is not everything. But I must say this to Honorable Junet, that in order to realize Article 43 of our Constitution, the only way that you can implement that article is by legislating, because implementation is done through legislation. You cannot begin to implement a social health insurance fund without having legislation. I know he talked about the fact that NHS, but you can't compare NHS with what we had as NHIF, because NHS covered every single person, whether you are employed or not. Yet, NHIF only covered those people who are employed. We hope that with the National Insurance, National Health Insurance Authority, that it will cover, and that is what has been set out in this bill, it will cover everyone regardless of whether you're in formal employment or not. Many members have raised the issue, and I think Honorable Ochieng raised the issue and said it's about time that the public service, instead of paying for private insurance, should actually take out and pass that money to this public insurance so that we can pool resources to cover those who are unable. But I was happy that when I spoke to the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Health, Honorable Pukose, and I asked him about that, he explained to me that previously under NHIF, it had been introduced that there would be enhanced covers that people can pay for, that would cover us as well as the private insurance would cover us. But at some point it was abused. But under this new bill, there is a different methodology where institutions can approach the insurance fund and authority
Justice.
and the board.
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable Justice, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would not have wanted to interrupt when the Deputy Speaker is speaking, but having listened carefully to the bill, even me, Madam Speaker, I would have wanted to raise issues on primary health. I would have wanted to raise issues on
If
corruption.
you're moving a motion, move understanding.
Okay.
Which time?
Understanding order number 95, Madam Speaker, would I be in order to ask that the majority leader be called upon to...
Honorable Member,
Yeah.
you see the mover of the bill is not even in the House. We'll
Yes.
continue. The Deputy Speaker, continue.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a very important bill. I think every single member of Parliament who's here would like to lend their voice to this bill. Reason being, all of them have been fundraising for health care for their constituents every single day during their tenure and continue to do so. And this weekend, they shall continue to do so. And I said, I was going on to say that I'm happy that in this bill, there is provision for institutions such as Parliament, such as the judiciary, to engage the board of the authority to be able to apply for enhanced covers, which can be in lieu of private insurance. Imagine if Parliament, the 200 million or so that they spend on getting private insurance for members, can now pool that to help other Kenyans and to also still get the similar benefits that they were getting. Also, honorable members, I plead with all of you to please support this bill. And that's why I'm responding to some of the issues that were raised. I know a member raised that the issue that the fact that the authority may have a discretion to outsource the processing of claims, that is not very far-fetched. Because we realize, if you get the statistics, almost 60% of the monies collected by NHIF has been going to administration and human resources, and not going to actually paying for health care for various members. And so this particular bill is very welcome, and I thank the committee for the immense effort that they have put in. I know that in the past 6 years that I've been member for Uasin Gishu County, I've been holding free medical camps and bringing in doctors from overseas. I hope that now we'll be able to afford this and not to have to ask for charity, and be able to actually have our people treated at the comfort of their homes, but also be able to afford the best care and the best doctors that they can possibly get. Thank you very much, and in this, I fully support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. We'll now have Honorable Member for Butula, Honorable Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this very important bill. Madam Speaker, health matters in this country have been very painful, and this bill is timely that it will help the ordinary mwananchi in getting proper treatment. Madam Speaker, the first thing is the establishment of the authority. The authority, Madam Speaker, should be able to control the finances of the fund properly. Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of corruption in the National Hospital Insurance Fund, and I believe that in this new fund, we will control any looting of public funds. Madam Speaker, one other good area that has come up is the creation of a claims section. That has been the worst area. The claims that were done in the past concentrated more on private hospitals, and the public hospitals were lined up and paid or refunded after the private hospitals had been funded. And that clearly showed that there was collusion between the staff and the members of the private hospitals, to the point that very many people constructed hospitals with a name that they will get a lot of funding from the NHIF. But I hope now, with this new bill, that will be curtailed. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk about the regulations. I hope and pray that proper regulations, which should be passed through the Health Committee, are brought up by the Cabinet Secretary. The regulations should be seen to control the movement of funds from the fund to the hospitals. The regulations should also cover the staff matters, Madam Speaker. It is important that all the claims that leave the fund are properly verified. Madam Speaker, we've had a lot of problems where you have a patient, and to get the patient registered or brought into the group of the registered contributors has been very difficult. With this, I am sure that every citizen of this country will have opportunity to register and will have opportunity to be attended to in any public hospital. I would expect that we contribute more to this fund and reduce as much as possible the private insurance companies, so that we have adequate funds to cover the citizens of this country, so that we don't send a lot of our people outside the country. Madam Speaker, the other problem that I see us solving is a reduction in funding the private hospitals heavily than the public hospitals. So if this can be controlled, Madam Speaker, I'm sure that the funds will be utilized and will be invested as indicated in the bill. The funds will be invested in very safe companies. Madam Speaker, I want to support this bill and congratulate the committee that has come up with this. It is timely, and I urge this House to support this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kwanza.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. And on very onset, I want to support this bill, and I hope that we'll be able to support this bill yesterday, not even today, so that it can be able to replace the national insurance, the NHIF, which, as you know, it has been very, very difficult, and I think most members have mentioned the same thing, and I quite agree with them, that NHIF has not been doing very well. However, as I'll post to somebody who said that we are going to leave out the NHIF for employees, it's not true. Once this is passed, I'm sure the members who are working in NHIF with that experience, those that are not corrupt, will be observed, would be actually be taken into this particular agency that actually, as we have said, is now coming to replace. And I think it's the right thing, because all of us go back home. I've just come from Kitale. I can tell you, the last 3 days, nothing else but people coming asking for assistance. And when you tell them you have a card, go to the hospital, it's not even accepted. So we must do something about this. So I want to support this bill because it's actually making our people, our Kenyan guys, to be able to access the affordable insurance. And of course, the most important thing is that it's a transformation, because we are now going to move. We can't live in the past. We are now moving into a new age, and I think this particular insurance will be able to make sure that at least, instead of going to the private sectors and private insurance companies, this will be able to assist us to do the same. The other thing is that it's affordable. From what I'm seeing from the bill, from the committee, it's affordable. And the other thing that I want to, as a member of parliament, Madam Speaker, we've had cases where you fundraise. Every other time you fundraise this and that, and I'm sure with passage of this particular insurance company, there will be nothing like now, okay, you have to fundraise at home. Some members of parliament, I know, they don't even go home because of this kind of obligation that actually people have to do at home. There's a fundraising here and there, somebody's... and of course, the other thing that I also want to agree with this is that on part 4 of this bill, there is this establishment of emergency, chronic, and critical health fund. This is going to take care of people who actually, as mentioned here, people who need health, and these are the people who have actually chronic diseases like cancer, like, so this, again, the emergency, chronic, and critical illness agency will take care of these people who are not able to access this particular, the other fund that actually was having problem and corruption. And therefore, I think as we pass this bill, let members take time to actually encourage Kenyans to be able to register as members. Because I'm told, instead of them paying 5 shillings, whatever, it's only 3 shillings. Instead of paying 500 shillings, you're going to be paying 300 shillings for the same. So let's members, once we pass this bill, and I see the chairman is here, to encourage members to have members at home in our constituency to actually register in this particular organization that be able to assist us in whatever we're going to do. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity, because most people have talked about it, and I quite agree with all the contribution, that we wholly support this particular bill, so that you can have a change that can be able to be better than what we have been having. Of course, I agree, there are those who are working in NHIF and they were corrupt. We will not accept them to be observed in this particular agents. With those few remarks, I want to thank the Committee of Health and the Chairman of the Health, is right here, and for coming up with this nice bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Seme.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this is a very well-intentioned bill, although it has some problems, but because of the work that has been done in the committee, I support this bill. Madam Speaker, this is basically health financing with a history as far back as 1965 and goes through many stages until now. We are on what we are calling UHC through the Ngilu bill. Many of us do not realize that what is universal health coverage came through the Ngilu bill that was not signed, presented at WHO, and actually motivated the concept of the universal health coverage. So this bill, Madam Speaker, we are convinced, having worked in the committee and the work done in the committee, that it will be a more effective replacement of the current NHIF. The difference between this and NHIF is that it actually has three funds together. The social health insurance, which is different from what is in NHIF now, because this, everybody will be covered, with the indigents being paid for by the government. There is even a provision that those who wish to pay but don't have the funds can actually be supported with funds that they can pay back. That is there. So everybody will be supported. Then primary health care fund, which through the committee we have said must cover also level 1. It was actually intended to be level 2 and 3. Through the committee, it must cover level 1 as well. Then emergency, chronic and critical illness fund, this one and the primary health care fund are actually supported from the exchequer. It is the social health insurance fund that is supported through contributions. And these all funds will be actually managed by one authority. So this creates an authority, and that authority will manage all these three funds. There will be need, and the committee has made a report that there has to be things that have to be done very carefully. Otherwise, it may be difficult at the time of implementation. Madam Speaker, this has also created a process through which the enhanced schemes, particularly in government, where people are paying extra in private insurance, can be managed within this fund. It was a problem before, but now it has been worked on in such a way that we hope it will not really be loss-making for this social health insurance. This bill, Madam Speaker, has created a claims management office. And here, Madam Speaker, is where the committee has made a big difference. I have the advantage that I know what the committee did. In my view, I would have opposed this bill if this was not looked at. There is no way we create an authority and then we give out the claims. Claims is what is about health insurance. If anybody manages those claims, you have given that private sector the money. And that, we have made an amendment, that need not be. We cannot assume that our people are corrupt, but the people in the private sector who are going to manage it are not corrupt. Let's deal with corrupt people and let our systems be run by us. So that I support. Madam Speaker, it also creates the Dispute Resolution Committee, which we looked at. A committee within the same authority cannot actually resolve a dispute which the authority has, a dispute which is including authority. That we have recommended that actually we have a tribunal so that it has extra powers outside the authority, and that's something I think will work. This bill also creates a process of managing the budget in such a strict way that changes in the budget will have to come to the National Assembly. And that we see as very supportive of what we want to do. Then we have noticed that there is a lot of power that has been given to the cabinet secretary. It is good because it's an effort to keep close watch on this, but we think it can be abused, and as a committee we have actually recommended that all this be done in consultation with the board. So, Madam Speaker, I support this, but the three important things that we must look at: outsourcing out. And then finally, in the transition, you cannot take all Kenyans and declare them jobless but just because of a new bill. I think we go by what normally happens. Let these people be taken in. The new board has the authority and can go ahead and the determination to weed out those they don't want. But you can't say that on the day that this comes into effect, all those people are jobless. So, Madam Speaker, with those, outsourcing, the transition, and cover for level 1, and regulating how the cabinet secretary operates, I support this bill, and I think it will take us a long way.
Thank you, honorable members. You know, we still have business under order number 12, so even if time is now limited, if we speak for less time, we will have more members prosecute. Member for Nandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill, SHI Bill 2023. Honorable Speaker, I'm a member of this committee, and it is one committee that has made me understand my role as a member of Parliament, and I think this is among the first bills that we were processing as a committee. Honorable Speaker, the reason why a bill has a process is to allow for the weeding out of unnecessary or misplaced or not so well thought out ideas, Honorable Speaker. And this is exactly what this committee has done. It has gone through this particular bill in its own wisdom. Of course, Honorable Speaker, the wisdom of the members on the floor of the House, as put by Honorable Junet, is supreme, and that is what will have the final say. But as a committee, Honorable Speaker, being members of the House and also representing different constituencies and counties, we have also been able to note a few issues that are in this bill, and we have done our bit in trying to see how we can remedy those issues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in our looking into this bill, we had submissions from institutions and individuals, so many of them, Honorable Speaker, I think in enumeration could be around 50. And we were all agreeing, or they were all agreeing, that this bill is upholding the right to access to affordable and comprehensive health services in this country, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, if you have gone through it, is one of the most progressive bills, because we are progressing from the older NHIF. NHIF, Honorable Speaker, if you remember, was providing for outpatient services only. But if you look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, it has gone ahead and provided for even inpatient. I remember, Honorable Speaker, previously when we were dealing with NHIF, we almost termed it as a facility or as an institution that only pays for students' boarding expenses in the hospitals, Honorable Speaker. Or maybe, Honorable Speaker, should I say lodging expenses, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill, as you can see, is very progressive. It has actually considered older persons. It has put into consideration indigents. It has considered vulnerable people, Honorable Speaker, and also those people who are under lawful custody. People who are under lawful custody have a share in this particular bill, and they are going to be covered by the funds that are created, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, like it has been noted by several members, this bill has created the critical, chronic and emergency fund that people, Honorable Speaker, like has been noted by several members, used to sell their lands, and most of them, Honorable Speaker, died out of depression instead of the disease killing them. Honorable Speaker, this particular bill has been able to address that issue. Honorable Speaker, we also have issues with the bill, especially on the transition clause. Honorable Speaker, you know this House is a house of politicians. It is a house of representatives, Honorable Speaker. And when a transition clause says that as soon as the new authority comes to effect, all the other employees are rendered jobless, Honorable Speaker, that is a very emotive issue that must be handled with care, Honorable Speaker. And as a committee, Honorable Speaker, we looked into that issue and we spoke about issues to do with retooling, issues to do about assessment, and issues to do with giving giving the employees of NHIF time to be able to see where they fit, either in public service or whatever, Honorable Speaker, so that we have people who have a good transition. We have a very uneventful transition process, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this bill is going to put an end to exploitation. This bill, Honorable Speaker, is going to ensure that no one dies out of depression for not being able to pay for the services. And Honorable Speaker, this bill is important and very significant to women. Honorable Speaker, you know that every family depends on a woman almost entirely. When there's someone sick, right from the parents, from the spouses, and the children, Honorable Speaker, it is always the woman who bears the brunt, Honorable Speaker. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, is going to ensure that women have a better and easier time dealing with their members of the community or members of their family when they are ill, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I support this bill, and I want to ask that this House supports the said bill. Of course, Honorable Speaker, the members have an opportunity to be able to raise amendments in regards to what they feel is uncomfortable. Honorable Speaker, I want to encourage anyone and everyone, Honorable Speaker, to do the same, so that at the end of the day, Honorable Speaker, we have a comprehensive bill, a bill that has put into consideration the voices of everyone, a bill that has listened and heard the concerns of everyone and is able to provide solutions, Honorable Speaker. Like has been said by honorable members, Honorable Speaker, in passing this bill is one process. The second process, Honorable Speaker, is implementation. And in the implementation, Honorable Speaker, some knots have to be tightened, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the administrative issues that the members are alluding to are dealt with, so that we have a very effective cover or social health insurance cover, Honorable Speaker, for Kenyans, so that they can access their health care services, Honorable Speaker, that is quality and efficient. I thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Thank you. Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also add my voice to this bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill is a true manifestation of what inclusivity is all about. And I believe and hope that in the discussions that are ongoing, such things will prevail or take the center stage. Honorable Speaker, inclusivity in the sense of health care is very, very important. First of all, Honorable Speaker, the disadvantaged are going to benefit, as well as disaggregating in terms of the different categories. I'm referring to the three types: the primary health care, the social insurance, and the chronic, emergency, chronic, and critical illnesses. Honorable Speaker, with respect to critical illnesses, we've had serious problems in this country. People have gone bankrupt because of supporting illnesses that will, at the end of the day, lead to death. But Honorable Speaker, as I look through these clauses, from the provisions for the Part 3 on primary health care fund, Part 4 and Part 5, I looked at the sources of financing, and I found all of them to be more or less similar. And I was wondering, if somebody wants to contribute to some to either of these funds, which will be the clearinghouse? How shall we be guiding these contributions? I think there is need for us to look at it again and wonder whether do we really have to have them distinctly, or shall we have them as chapters within the bill? Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the functions of the CEO, the responsibilities of the CEO, the roles and responsibilities, I noticed that the marginal notes are missing. So that particular, those particular functions are not properly described in the bill, although they start from subclause 2 of clause 14. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is we have, in terms of appointing the chief executive officer, we have left it fairly open. The description is such that the chief executive officer shall hold office for such a term, on such a terms and as the board may, on the advice of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, determine. First of all, the term needs to be specified within this bill. Secondly, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission basically looks at the emoluments. They do not look at the terms of engagement. Public Service Commission basically looks at the terms of engagement on an individual into the public service. So rather we look at how do we relate the Public Service Commission and Salaries and Remunerations Commission when it comes to mentioning them explicitly in these legislations. I am of the opinion that the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is consulted whenever the Public Service Commission makes a determination. So we do not really need to bring in the Salaries and Remunerations Commission. The other issue, Honourable Speaker, that I think we need to look at in improving the bill is when we talk about the CEO having a minimum of a bachelor's degree from a university recognized in Kenya, and this is healthcare. I would imagine that we need to bring in some health element or health connotation in this particular respect. The other issue that I found to be important is in terms of the board membership. I have serious concerns on the board membership, Honourable Speaker. The board membership, when you look at the paragraph G of clause 7, subclause 1, paragraph G, which describes one of the board members being one person, not being a public officer, with proven experience in matters of health insurance, insurance financing, financial management, health economics, and healthcare administration, is too broad. Getting such a person is a little bit of a mirage. Why don't we look at institutions that are existing? If we want somebody who has experience in insurance, we have the Kenya Association of Insurance. Why don't we then insist on getting somebody from a representative body or an association of the actors in this particular area? The other issue that I think we need to look at is the next one, paragraph H, where we are talking about 4 persons not being public officers nominated by the following. The first one, Kenya Medical Association, is distinct. It's known. We know who the Kenya Medical Association is. The next one is the Informal Sector Association. Well, I don't know if it's a Juakali or whichever it is. But the third one is interesting, healthcare providers. Who is healthcare providers? What category of providers are these? We need to fix this to a body that will probably help us resolve who can come into this particular, board. And then, of course, the COTU is okay. Now, when it comes to appointment of the board members, we need to also specify that the board members shall come in at different times so that we may carry the institutional memory. I think that is also not very clear, or rather I did not find it in the bill. Towards the end, Honourable Speaker, the issue of social health, we have a social health insurance, all right? We know, we understand what it is, but social health is used in this bill without definition. I think we need to define what is social health. Even as we know what the others are, it needs to come out very clearly in terms of the definition. With those few remarks, Honourable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Member for Lagdera.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Madam Speaker, I was an employee of NHIF for about 10 years. And I understand the NHIF Act thoroughly. What I have noted is that this bill is not much different from the current NHIF Act. Why am I saying that? Because the whole thing is that all we did is that we have increased the scope of the contributors and the scope of the beneficiaries. Every other thing is the same. I heard my colleague saying that this is a panacea for corruption and cartels. No. Because medical providers still remain the same. They're the same people. Contributors are still the same. This act does not, there's no way, it doesn't indicate to us how to fight corruption, how to fight the cartels in the social health insurance fund. It doesn't rail. There's nothing that rails on corruption, nothing rails on the cartels. Therefore, what we have here is the same thing as the NHIF Act. Not much difference. It's only that it's increasing the scope of healthcare it is increasing the scope of the contributors and the scope of the beneficiaries. Everything else is the same. Case management is the same. So I don't see anything that is new here that can rail on corruption, that can rail on cartels. The other issue is, Madam Speaker, when you look at, I have been looking at the calculation of the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer, and Clause B says that he is an advocate of High Court of Kenya. which they earn less salaries. I think we are breaking the law. So what we need to do, we can add a clause on maybe for them to pay, they can be laid off and they can be paid severance pay. Therefore, Madam Speaker, all what the bill, this current bill as it is good. Even though I'm saying that it is not much different from the previous NHIF Act, the only difference it has enhanced the contributions. I mean, maybe some few words have been changed. Contribution to tariffs, I don't know, premiums, these kind of things, and also they have increased the beneficiaries. They have increased the scope of the illness that it covers. Otherwise, it's all the same. But however, I do support the bill.
Thank you, Member for Funyula.
Chair, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought I lost my eyes. I was not seeing the red on the microphone. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, let us make it very clear to the nation that medical bills, medical attention is a very critical human right that we cannot afford to deal with it in a casual manner. Honorable Speaker, over the years, Honorable Speaker, there's a lot of noise around the... Honorable Speaker, over the years, we have had various models of funding Medicare in this country and in the world at large. Some have been successful, some have failed. Some have ended up in pain, some have ended up in joy. We have had NHI for many years. Truth be told, it has done its bit. It has helped where it ought to have helped. Occasionally, it has let down Kenyans in many instances. Therefore,
order members, those consulting near the maze, there are rooms behind the speaker. Please utilize that space because those numbers are growing by the minute. Member for Funyula, continue.
Honorable Speaker, it's orderly, it's in order and it's right for any given time to look at past experiences and make amendments to the financing model, make changes to the law that underpins financing of medical care. Honorable Speaker, what we are having here, the bill with us here, Social Health Insurance Bill, is probably merely an upgrade of the current NHIF bill. Honorable Speaker, it's just a mere way of trying to institutionalize and give legal framework for whatever is already happening, which in a way, Honorable Speaker, is a good idea. Honorable Speaker, the bill has got very progressive provisions, yet, Honorable Speaker, the bill has got some extremely dangerous provisions. If it's allowed to pass the way it is, will cause a lot of problems in the sector and in the industry. Number one, Honorable Speaker, the issue of appointment of the chairperson of the authority. We have had in the instance where the president or the executive has appointed and we have had trouble. Is it possible this time round we look at competitive recruitment process so that whoever is appointed is somebody who knows he has been appointed to do work, who knows whatever...
Member for Kirinyaga, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, even seeing it is my senior in the profession speaking, I'm very embarrassed. I rise on point of order 95. Mover to be called to reply.
The last I checked, Honorable Member for Kirinyaga is a lawyer. The Honorable Member for Funyula is a land economist.
Yes.
I'm not sure, I'm a bit confused.
You know, I'm a land economist and I have trained the majority of the land economists you see here. Probably because of my training, I know a bit of law. And since I'm also Kenyan, law affects me, so I know law. Honorable Speaker, allow me to only deal with a few issues. Number one, Honorable Speaker, we need clarity on this primary health fund, healthcare fund. This clarity must be sold to the people of Kenya, because the way it is framed is not very clear. Which levels is it serving? Which services is it serving? Is it fully funded by the government? Is it a precondition to you to access primary health care or to benefit from primary health care fund? You must be a member of social health care fund. These are some of the issues that people of Kenya are asking. What is it that are we looking at? Are we looking at level 1, level 2, level 3? Is it at this outpatient that when I fall unwell, I walk there, I get outpatient services, my benefits that accrue for me from social health insurance fund are not going to be affected? Are the services we are going to get, Honorable Speaker, and the social health insurance fund, are they of diminishing nature? That if my benefit is categories this, and I have gone to hospital several times for factors beyond my control, does it mean when I fall sick next, unless my sickness is an emergency, chronic, or critical ailment, will I not get medical cover? These are the kind of questions Kenyans are asking me. Even as I'm seated here, I'm receiving a lot of text. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second issue that is very critical, and this, Honorable Speaker, I might have to go back to the Constitution. When you look at clause 26(5), it reads, any person who is registered as a member under this act shall produce proof of registration with the social health insurance fund as a precondition of dealing with any or accessing public services. Honorable Speaker, this is in some extent unconstitutional. You cannot force me. You can't force it. By being a Kenyan, I can choose actually to be a Kenyan, born Kenyan, and I do not have to take citizenship of Kenya. So why would you impose, make it compulsory that for every Kenyan must belong? And if you don't belong, you are not going to get services. You will not go to school. You will not go to a public service office and get a search. You will not board SGR being a public body. You will not board Kenya Airways because it is a public body. Honorable Speaker, again, there is a provision under 27, Honorable Speaker, 27(3), where it says, for those under 2B, those who are not in salaried employment, they will pay their premiums annually in advance. Honorable Speaker, with the high poverty index in this country, with the limited income, limited resources they scrape through, requiring that you must pay annually in advance before you are eligible to services, Honorable Speaker, you are surely, it's not attainable. It's untenable, it's unachievable. You are actually going to defranchise a very large number of people who have been contributing monthly the 500 to build up for purposes of getting their cover. The Honorable Speaker, we would need to look at it. Honorable Speaker, here again we are saying any employer who does not remit the deductions in time will be penalized 10% or 10 times what was supposed to be contributed. What if, for example, Honorable Speaker, me and you know, when even Parliamentary Service Commission funding for office operation and salaries delay, so by the time we are supposed to pay, the office manager is supposed to pay, they have no money. So who bears the costs? Who bears the penalty? These are the challenges that we must critically look at, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the most, again, an acceptable clause is the one setting aside other suitable entity to be involved in claim management. Honorable Speaker, me and you know, and many of us here know, that probably there is more corruption in the private sector that is undocumented, is untalked of, more than there is corruption in the public sector. Many of us who are professionals, and I speak for majority, they know for even to be given a contract in private sector, you almost have to pay 40 or 30%. Introducing private sector players, Honorable Speaker, is now to expand the levels of corruption layers upon layers of corruption. This special claims management office must be strengthened, must be given adequate resources to undertake that function to avoid cases of, privatizing corruption. Honorable Speaker, as a conclusion I can give my colleagues, when you look at clause 40, 2B, it says payment of salary will be a charge on the fund of the authority. When you look again, you go to clause 41.2, they said 5%, not exceeding 5% for administrative expenses. I would want to beseech and request the committee, those who will have opportunity to present amendments, to make sure that salaries is part of the administrative expenses, it does not exceed 5%. Honorable Speaker, this bill is so monumental, is so important to the lives of the people of Kenya. I would have wished the House leadership to have allowed a little more time for members to go prepare amendments to be considered at the committee of the whole House instead of tomorrow afternoon. We are getting into a lengthy committee of the whole House. We will not have time to prepare. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support.
Thank you. Member for Malava.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I arise here a very happy person because this bill really focuses on the common mwananchi, the ordinary person who has been suffering and continues to suffer medically. Madam Speaker, what is so impressive about this bill is the primary health care part of it. Most of the persons, Madam Speaker, who are suffering, who are not in a position to work, be productive, are the persons who are the poorest of the community. These are persons, Madam Speaker, who sometimes have even such diseases as pressure, diabetes, and Madam Speaker, because they cannot access these simple services, Madam Speaker, these diseases finally develop into serious diseases that cause these families a lot of suffering in terms of actually expense. Madam Speaker, the other thing I'm very happy with so much with this bill is the social health insurance fund. We know, some of us, the kind of money we've been paying for our insurance. With now the new rate, 2.75%, Madam Speaker, we will now contribute enough money that can actually assist persons who are not in a position to access health in this country to access. What has been happening, and Madam Speaker, I'm a victim. Most of the weekends, we are involved in fundraisings to help actually families to cover their medical bills. Madam Speaker, with this kind of insurance, we will find some rest, and even families now will not sell their property to access actually medical services. Just the other day, I've been at Nairobi Hospital with a patient. Madam Speaker, the kind of bill for only 2 weeks in that hospital for this particular patient, the bill has come out. Now we have to do fundraising, 2.8 million. I'm just looking at this family and wondering, where shall we get the 2.8 million? And this is a person who was hit by a vehicle that finally actually escaped, left this person for death. Fortunately, this person was rescued by an ambulance, taken to Nairobi Hospital, and this is now where the bill stands for this particular family. We have to organize fundraising, and I know with the kind of economy that we are experiencing, I'm sure even the fundraisers may not be able to raise this money. So finally, this money will come to the family to sell some property. And therefore, I would urge that the committee can actually fast track this to start actually working to be implemented to help families. Madam Speaker, the person who should know that if this bill takes root in the country is implemented is the common mwananchi, the hustler, the persons who are suffering most because they don't have any cover. The only thing I would urge when it comes to social health insurance fund, There is the card we've been having, the so-called NHIF card. Madam Speaker, when it comes to most of these families, sometimes even keeping this card and renewing now and then is a challenge. I would that when it comes to contribution, the beneficiaries, all beneficiaries should only use the ID. The ID should be sufficient enough to actually identify a person who wants to access these services because of the insurance cover. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I support this strongly, and I urge that we fast track it for purposes of ensuring that Kenyans who are suffering medically access their health services. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. What is your point of order, Honorable Kombe?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Looking at the mood of the House, I'm standing on Standing Order number 95, and I wish to request the mover to be called to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will give Honorable Member, Honorable Makali Mulu, then I will put that question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I really appreciate, Honorable Speaker. I've been waiting for this opportunity for long, and I just want to be very brief so that you put the question. I had two concerns, but I'm happy that when Honorable Onyekaro spoke, my concerns have actually been addressed. My concern number one was the issue of outsourcing, where we are saying we want to outsource the issue of claims. If we do that as a House, honorable members, we will be creating the biggest cartels in this country. So this is a matter we must amend, as the committee is saying, and I hope that this amendment will be carried in this House. The second concern, Honorable Chair, was the issue of the current staff members of the NHIF. The drafting of the bill is very poor. I would recommend that the Honorable Chair, we need to transition 100% all the staff members of NHIF as they are today, when we get this law into effect, and then use the internal appraisal system to determine who is fit to remain or exit. But let's not allow, as members of Parliament, for people to exit before they are taken on board by the new authority, Honorable Chair. If those two matters are addressed, I'll be supporting this bill 100%. It's generally good, and it's going to be a positive step towards providing primary health care, universal health care to the Kenyan population. I support Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Honorable members, an honorable member has risen in his place under Standing Order number 95, so I therefore put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank all those members who have contributed in support of this bill for recognizing that indeed universal health coverage for Kenyans is something that is long overdue. And with the passage of these bills, Honorable Speaker, plus the Health Facilities Improvement Bill and the Primary Health Care Bill that are in the Senate and the Digital Health Bill,
Member for Suna West, what could be possibly out of order?
I've been advised by my whip on what I wanted to ask. So I step it down.
Honorable Member, you have been tutored by your whip.
Honorable
Majority Leader, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Masara is the minority whip's immediate neighbor in Suna West, and therefore he must be compliant to what the whip says. And I thank the minority whip. Honorable Speaker was saying it's indeed in recognition of that fact that healthcare has been a major challenge to the people we represent. And I was saying with the enactment of these two bills, Honorable Speaker, that we have considered this afternoon, and the Health Facilities Improvement Bill and the Primary Health Care Bill that are being considered by the Senate in Turkana County Assembly, when they are relayed to this House, Honorable Speaker, I'll beg for the same support, because these four bills will constitute that transformative bottom-up agenda on the health sector as we promised during the campaigns in the plan that is a manifesto that we sold to the people of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, as I thank all the members who have contributed, let me, Honorable Speaker, once again, because I've still had reservations, as appertaining the fate of the staff at NHIF, and I know it's something that the Honorable Junet did speak to as he contributed, that this bill is not firing anybody, not a single member of staff other than he or she who will opt out to either retire or do other things in life. This bill guarantees the staff at NHIF that they will continue being officers or staff of the fund, that is NHIF, for a transitional period of 1 year as the Social Health Insurance Fund Authority is being set up, and the authority shall recruit staff, and priority shall be given to those staff who are already working with the fund. And those who opt to retire may opt to retire. Those who want to be redeployed in the civil service will be redeployed. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to reply and thank all the members for the great support. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Having ascertained the numbers, I will put the question that the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023, be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of Parliament to establish the framework for the management of social health insurance, to provide for the establishment of the Social Health Authority, to give effect to Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution and for connected purposes. Order number 12.
Next order.
Committee of the whole House.
Immediately.
Honorable members, as you may remember, in the last sitting and the special sitting on the 14th of September, we dealt with this bill in the Committee of the Whole up to clause 18. So we'll resume clause 18. I'm reliably informed by the Honorable Wangwe and the Honorable Mutunga that they have done sufficient consultations regarding any amendments that there may be, and that today we may move a bit faster. Order, members, I want us to start this immediately. Clause 18.
Clause 18.
Clause 18 is amendment by member for Suba. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 18 be part of the bill. The Honorable Karoli.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think that issue has been addressed in the amendment. What I was trying to address here was artisanal use of sugarcane to produce jaggery. I mean, sukaringuru at home.
Are you moving the amendment or you're dropping it?
Yes, I'm dropping it because it has now been addressed. My proposal was that we have industrial jaggery, but now
thank you.
There's another proposal.
If it's dropped, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 18 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 is part of the bill. Honorable Carol, you have an amendment to this one too. Is it dropped or you're still pursuing it? 19 to A.
It is dropped.
Thank you. Let's move to
No, we have accommodated it.
the chair of the committee.
Accommodated.
Honorable Chair, the
the committee had no amendment of clause 18.
And members, I really plead that we be attentive. We are now in clause 19.
Yes.
And clause 19, Honorable Karuya has dropped his amendment. Now is your amendment, Chair.
Yeah, clause 19. Honorable Chair, I propose the clause 19 be amended as per the order paper.
Now you have to explain what it's about, at least an explanation.
Honorable Chair, we are proposing that we insert with the lead clause, we delete paragraph A, B, and C in paragraph B in clause 4, paragraph A, clause 4, paragraph B, clause 6, and paragraph C, clause 8, so that we can consolidate them into a clause on their own. The reason being that it is important that the amendment, we delete this provision based on the application of procedures for licensing, which is the best practice, so that after regulation, we provide for the new provisions, we provide for the conditions of licensing.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Then, we are prosecuting the chair's amendment. I now, members, put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There is a further amendment to clause 19 by Honorable Owundo.
Chair, my amendment involves three issues. Allow me, Honorable Chair, that I propose that clause 19 is amended as proposed in the order paper, only in respect of A, but I would wish to drop B and C in view of amendments that have been carried by the chair. So I'm only moving part A of my amendments. I drop B and C in view of the amendments proposed by the chair.
What are you moving now?
So what I'm moving, that clause 19 is moved in the amended form, but only in relation to section A or part A that deals about amending sub-clause 2, deleting by amending by including new paragraph immediately after B that it is satisfied that the applicant has sufficient financial capacity to commence milling and support growers and retailers as one of the conditions for the license.
Thank you. Honourable members, I propose a question that clause 19 be further amended as proposed by Honourable Wundo. Chair. Honourable Chair, clause 19A to 2A that the Honourable Wundo wants to amend indicates that we are satisfied that the applicant is financially sound and solvent. Clause 19A, Honourable Chair, reads like this: it is of the opinion that the applicant is fit and proper. Fit and proper, in our opinion, includes the financial sustainability and solvency. So, Honourable Chair, the committee that does not go with the Honourable Wundo's amendment. Thank you. Honourable Wangwe, you want to say something on this?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I wish to agree with the Chair that the issue of qualifying in terms of financial capability, you cannot be able to really estimate. Instead, it's good to leave it as open as the committee has recommended in 2A, so that it gives a wider range rather than narrowing it down to a financial ability. If you put it in terms of financial ability, Honourable Chair, how about other factors which will come through? It means you have narrowed yourself rather than opening up to discuss. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
I'll give the floor to the Honourable Kemei.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I want to support the views of the chairman and indeed the views of the promoter of the bill, that when we use the term fit and proper, that is all-encompassing and covers all aspects of the suitability of the candidate. So,
Thank
Chair,
you.
I want to support the Chair's position. Thank
you. Thank you. The Honourable Karoli, 1 minute each.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we are not understanding what the concept of fit and proper is in law. Fit and proper is a financial test for individuals, not corporates, because the license applicant for milling could be a company registered yesterday, and there would be no track record to determine fit and proper. So it cannot be fit and proper. That is why I was proposing in the amendment that it should be financially sound and solvent, which is something you can test and prove. But fit and proper is a test for individuals who want to be directors in financial institutions.
Thank you.
Not corporate. So it is the wrong concept.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Doro Masara, 30 seconds.
Chair, I had almost similar opinion, because when we are talking about corporate, it is some totally different thing. What the chairman is proposing is just right for individuals, but when we come to corporate, somebody can register today.
Thank you.
Today, a company registered in the morning. How will you test the fitness of such a company?
Thank
so
you.
the issue of financial fitness and capability should be described and expanded when amending this particular clause, Mr. Chair.
Finally, the Honourable Koyo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to support the sentiments expressed by Honourable Karoli Omondi. We cannot take this anyhow, because we are going to open doors for brokers to be able to get the licenses and buy and sell to other people. So we must tighten the requirement of financial fitness.
Thank you. Thank you. Fit and proper financial suitability, you have to decide. So, honourable members, I now put the question that clause 19 be further amended as proposed by the Honourable Wundo. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 19 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of the opinion say aye? Will as one of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 20 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that it better clarifies the provisions on the sugar import and export and also the licensing. It also better spells out the conditions for licensing. Thank you. I propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture. Honourable members, I put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Committee of Agriculture. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The honourable member for Likuyani, you have an amendment, a further amendment to clause 20. Remember, you're only moving.
Honourable Chair, I wish to drop that amendment.
Thank you.
It has been overtaken.
Honourable members, I now therefore put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question, members, that clause 22 be part of the bill. Chairperson? And here, when I say chairperson, I mean the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock. Honourable Chair, I propose that the clause 22 be amended as per the order paper. And what is in the order paper, Chairman? The order paper, Honourable Chair, basically proposes that clause 22 be deleted. Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the Honourable Chair. Be deleted. I now put the question, members, that clause 22 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 4.
Oh, remember, this is a heading. There's a proposal to change the heading of Part 4. I propose the question that Part 4 be part of the bill. Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, I propose that part 4 be amended as per the order paper. The idea is that we are renaming the Kenya Sugar Research Institute to become Kenya Research and Training Institute to introduce the aspect of training. Honourable members, I propose the question that Part 4, the heading Part 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Members, I now put the question that Part 4 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that Part 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Members, I put the question. I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 23 be amended as per the order paper. The reason being that, Honourable Chair, we are amending basically to introduce the training aspect in the research institute. I would propose you also move the marginal note so that you take it together. There's a marginal note to 23 also. Yeah, Honourable Chair, we also amended the marginal notes to reflect the same establishment of Sugar Research and Training Institute. Thank you. I propose the question. Order, the Honourable Wamboka. Order, members, order. Order. Honorable Jaco Amboka, resume your seat. Honorable Amboka, resume your seat. The Honorable DK, you'll resume your seat. The Honorable Amboka. The Honorable. Okay, that was a good break. Honorable Amboka, you will keep your cool and let us proceed. So, members, I propose a question that clause 23 and the marginal note thereto be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 23 and the marginal note thereto be amended as proposed. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
So, honorable members, clause 24 has a couple of amendments, so we'll take it slowly. I just request members to be attentive on it. I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill, and the first will deal with clauses as they come. So, Honorable Chair, I would propose we start with Honorable Wundo's amendment first, because it is for subclause 1, because he's deleting and substituting. So, Honorable Wundo.
Chair, I am checking where DK is so that he carries his paper, which is very dishonorable of him, and is my friend anyway. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, clause 24, I propose to amend clause 4 as indicated in the order paper. And the import of the amendments, Honorable Speaker, Chair.
We are dealing with clause 1 of 24. Subclause 1 of 24.
Yeah, that's amendment, Subclause 1, where we are amending, where I'm proposing to amend and expand the mandate of the Institute to include other matters that have not been included as well as proposed in the order paper. And mostly, Honorable Chair, is the issue of training and research to emphasize. That's what I'm proposing in clause 1. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Chair.
Thank you. Members, I propose a question that clause 24(1) be amended as proposed by Honorable Wundo. Chair. The Honorable DK, resume your seat and. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Wundo's amendments are covered majorly. In fact, all of them are covered by the committee's amendments. Therefore, if the committee presented the amendments before, Honorable Wundo's amendments would have just fallen. So, Honorable Chair, we need to take the committee's amendment. I propose that we take the committee's amendment. Honorable Chair, what do you mean by that? We are not at the committee amendments yet, so you need to give proper direction on that issue. What are you saying? Honorable Chair, it's good to say you are not supporting or supporting. It will not beat you up.
Okay, Honorable Chair, maybe semantics, but let me say that I'm not supporting Honorable Wundo's amendment.
Thank you.
Because they have been taken up under the committee's amendment.
Thank you.
They are fully taken up.
Thank you.
Yes.
The Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to agree with the chair, given that when you look at the chair's amendment thereafter, they are actually in line with what Mheshimiwa Wundo is proposing.
Thank you.
So I feel we need to reject his amendment and align with the committee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Nyakal, lastly.
Yeah, I think it's not just enough to say they're in line. They say this is in line with this. Then we understand. I mean, normally these things, what goes, it's assumed that many members who don't know can let it pass. So when the chair says it's in line, says Ondo supposes this, we suppose this, and then people can make a decision. Chair, that's my...
Thank you so much. Members, I now put the question that clause 24.1 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wundo. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The nays have it. Honorable Chair, your amendments now. This is now sub-clause 1.
Honorable Chair, clause 24 has been majorly amended by the committee to capture the broadened scope in the varietal focus of the Research Institute and also the functions of the Research Institute and loop in dissemination of technologies, innovations, and management practices. So that is fully covered, Honorable Chair, in the committee's amendment. So in that case, we have moved from subclause to subclause, amending up to the end. And the issue is to make sure that we have broadened the scope sufficiently. We have also taken care of the kind of technologies and innovations that are coming from the Research Institute and the dissemination of these technologies and innovations and even the management practices, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, this is sub-clause 1. Like I said, we are dealing with clause, sub-clause by sub-clause. So I'll be proposing the question for sub-clause 1.
Honorable Chair, sub-clause 1 is as amended by the committee, is basically by deleting paragraph A and substituting it with a more enhanced paragraph.
Thank you.
And even B by basically, if you allow me, Honorable Chair, I can read these paragraphs.
That's okay.
Because he's talking about dissemination
That's okay. It's okay.
Honorable Chair, the only difference between our provisions and what orders provided is the fact that we are starting with a new provision that talks about conducting research. A research institute is not a musical institution. It's called a research institute. So it is this pure mandate is basically to conduct research. So also we are saying to promote, coordinate, and regulate research in sugar crop, and sugar by products, sugar technologies, and management practices. So covering the entire value chain and the entire operations within the value chain. On subclause B of the same, it talks about research dissemination. And this is our amendment. Expedite equitable access to research information, resources, sugar technologies, and innovations, and promote the application of research findings in the development of the sugar industry. We have taken care of the entire sugar value chain, Honorable Chair.
Members, I propose the question that clause 24, subclause 1 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Honorable Wundo.
Chair, with tremendous respect, Dr. Mtunga, and he's a scholar like I am, he is not being truthful to the House and to the nation. We have changed the heading of the institute to establishment of Kenya Research, Sugar Research and Training Institute. The amendments that have moved to under A and B only deal with the research and dissemination of research findings. In my amendment, Honorable Chair, I had expanded in view of the amendment to include one. I can drop part of it, fine, we can ignore part of it, but I had indicated participate in the development and periodic review of training curriculum for the key technical skills in the sugar industry.
But Honorable Wundo, that...
Yeah, I just wanted to go on record, Chair, so that you see whatever will read in Hansard many years to come, they will read that here is just being, we're just being typical politics of our nature. Because you cannot talk about training institute and make no reference at all in training matters. Research is research, dissemination. But here we are saying this is a training institute. How do you train if you do not have a curriculum? How do you train if you don't participate in development and periodic review of the curriculum? In view of the changing technology, changing crop husbandry, and changing business
Thank you.
environment.
Thank you,
This is a complete industry. I just want you to go on record that the chair, with tremendous respect, has misled his colleagues on that side and the nation at large. Thank you.
I don't think he has misled anybody. You just, no, Honorable Chair, excuse me your seat. He's just taken a different view from yours. And I think that should be respected. We should not cast aspersions, use strong words like lied, misled, when the issue is disagreement on opinion. I think, Honorable Wundo, that should be taken. And I encourage members, on these points of semantics, it's always good to just approach either the chair or the person moving the bill. You would get your amendments going very well if, instead of doing them as a silo, where you sit where you are and say you want to amend a bill without consulting the person who has moved it. It works very well that way. Honorable members, the Honorable Mutunga, you just had a chance, so I would give this chance to the Honorable Nyonyi.
Chair, we as a committee of agriculture, we cannot take a directive from the chair. The chair sat with us. We went through so many things to come up with this amendment. So I want to diffuse what Honorable Wundo is saying, that the chairman misled us. I mean, we're not so reiterate. He should withdraw. How can you tell us that he misled us by doing what you are doing? We went through this, Chair, we had time the whole day to do this amendment.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me an opportunity to defend myself, especially from what my friend has said, with a lot of respect to Honorable Professor. Chair, this is not a university. This is a research institute whose training content will only be innovations, technologies, and management practices. It should be that.
Thank you.
Chair, it's unfortunate that the exposure is university here.
The Honorable Brighton, lastly.
Of course, Speaker, training and development will come with the curriculum. And some of the issues that we are discussing will come under regulations. We don't need to over-legislate.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 24, subclause 1 be amended as proposed by the chairperson. Will another opinion say aye? Will another contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Amendment by the Honorable Nyikal on 24 subclause A.
Clause A, yes.
Go ahead.
Chair, mine is simple and it will be very clear. If you look at what is in A, it puts the word sugar and sugar. I want that to be deleted and replaced by sugar and sugar crops. If you look at it, when we'll come to the definition later in A, the whole paper is actually dealing with the issue of sugar as if the only crop that produces sugar is sugarcane. But we know that even in Kenya now, we are starting to actually grow beets, sugar beets. So all I'm doing, and it will be all along, is where we have sugar or sugarcane, I will include and sugar crops. So that later on, when I think it's in Laikipia, that factory gets into operation, we don't have to amend the law. Thank you, Chair.
I propose the question that clause 24 subclause A be further amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, if Honorable Nyikal has looked at the committee's amendment, we actually introduced sugar crop into the definitions so that it covers everywhere. We have sugar cane, we do sugar crop because it is possible to have sugar beets or sugar cane. So we have changed in every case. So that's a single amendment, but we have changed in the entire law. So it is already captured in the committee's amendments.
Did that appear?
Don't know, Nyikal, you don't have the mic.
No.
Just give him the mic. Give him the mic.
Just, I know it is tedious, but let us actually read these things word by word. Because the chair may be right, but when he was actually explaining, he just used the word broad. He didn't, that is why we want the import. So the broad does not tell us now you are introducing sugar beet.
But Honorable Nikal, do you agree with his position?
Yeah, but it wasn't clear then.
Thank you. I now therefore put the question. There are clause 24, subclause 1 be amended as proposed by Honorable Nikal. Does one other opinion say aye? Does one other opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. We move you now move subclause 2. Subclause 2 has various amendments by the Honorable Nikal and the Honorable Dr. Nikal and the Honorable Dr. Owundo. I would like to request them that in view of the amendments in subclause 1, to consider whether they still want to pursue them or drop them. Is Honorable Owundo. But
Chair, whatever the committee has proposed is more or less in order. It's just a matter of semantic. Generally, the cleaner way to look at it is to look at sugarcane and sugar-producing crops. They have made a reference to sugar crops, which they can still pass, but not have that clarity like sugar-producing crop. But the choice is theirs. If they wish, of course, Kiplagat can direct them how to vote. The choice is essentially theirs. I would really beg them, we expand from sugar crop to sugar producing crop in addition to sugar cane. It's the more progressive and more easier, it has got easier clarity than sugar crop.
Thank you,
Chair.
The Honorable Chairperson, could you please verbatim read for us your new definition of sugar crop?
After the definition for sugar crop means a crop grown for the purpose of sugar production, including sugar cane and sugar beet.
Okay.
He wants us to add producing. The idea, you know, we are dealing with language.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Nikal.
That amendment still falls short. And let me tell you why. It can't be sugar beet and sugar cane. If you say sugar crop, then you have taken everything in the definition. My friend, there are technical things that votes cannot change. The fact that there are other plants that produce sugar cannot be changed by that paper you are waving. We cannot come here next year and then we want to amend this because somebody was waving a paper and didn't want to accept that there are other plants that produce sugar. The amendment is the same and we actually support, except the definition of sugar crop. If you limit it to beet,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to give direction as follows. Let me direct as follows. Honorable Owundo, keep your horses. It's not always good to listen to yourself. It's always good to listen to others too. Definitions come almost last. Could we, Honorable Nikal, order? I'm so sure that if yourself, Honorable Owundo, Honorable Wangwe, and the chair put your heads together, by the time we get definitions, you'll have had a definition that you want that is all catching, so that we stop going back to defining this. That's what I would suggest. That you have time before you get to the last clause. Could you, the four of you, then quickly work on this so that then you agree who moved the further amendment so that you can define it the way you want it to catch, to be able to add everything else. Honorable Mutunga.
To paragraph L, in view of Honorable Nikal's amendment, we take it up. We propose that we take up paragraph L. Paragraph L reads like this.
That's Nikal's amendment or your amendment?
That is Nikal's amendment. Paragraph L reads, breed sugarcane varieties suited for various agroecological areas of Kenya. According to Honorable Nikal, let me check.
I need, yeah, I have seen Honorable Nikao's amendment. Just a moment, let me just go to paragraph L.
If you have the order paper, go to
Only
page
paragraph
1218 at 5.
18 Roman 5. Same page what? 11,
5?
12, 18. This one is saying 1190 something. Did you pick?
But members, if Honorable Mutunga, sometimes it doesn't cost much to just consult. Like I've said, if the four of you could consult, and by the time we finish, you can have an agreed definition. It will be Anita, so that you don't have to go back to it at every clause.
I note in my, I've just noted in my footnotes that Honorable Nikao's amendment falls as long as we adopt Honorable Unda's amendment. And the reason is that on that particular paragraph,
we have not, the Honorable Chair, we are not considering any of the amendments. The comments being made so far have been general comments.
Okay.
But the Honorable Undo and the Honorable Nyekal, on my advice for them to consider dropping the amendments. So we are not considering any particular amendment as we speak. We are not on any particular amendment of any of the two.
You are not?
No, we are consulting about that definition.
4B, paragraph 2. I mean, paragraph 2 of a...
We have not moved,
clause 2.
None of them has moved any.
Okay.
Because I'd requested them to consider, based on what you had said earlier, to consider ceding their amendments.
Honorable Chair, I noted that the committee may have omitted that particular amendment, and that is the reason why I'm talking about paragraph L. With respect to paragraph L, I would like to propose that we further amend, because where they're inserting the...
Honorable Chair, I wish you could listen to me.
Okay.
So far, we don't have a single amendment on the floor. Okay. On 24-2. We have not moved any. Okay. I just proposed to the Honorable Nyekala and Honorable Undo to consider, based on your definition of sugar crops, to consider seeding ground. But if that's not possible, then I would suggest we go through them clause by clause. Let's go on, Honorable Undo.
Yeah. You see, Chair, if we are also listening to the Chair, he's clearly saying the committee might have overlooked to expand the definition.
Yes.
Might, just by way, you know, it's common. So he's saying it's possible that they could make further amendments to their committee report to include now that expanded definition.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what the chair said.
That's what I heard.
Order. That's what the chair said. But
we're just saying, Chair, sugarcane and sugar producing crop, or sugar and sugar crop, sugarcane and sugar crop. It's just a matter of semantics, and probably I would take even your advice that we caucus with the move of the bill, Chair and Dr. Nyekal. Just for 2 minutes, we agree.
You know, if you did that long time ago, we would have moved so well.
Chair, we were here the other week. We had made some progress, but you see now...
No, we're making progress.
Okay.
It's just that all of you are called, have DR before their names. All of you are doctors, so you think we must... Yes, Honorable.
Chair, we are progressing well, but I have a concern.
Yes.
In normal circumstances, where amendment is supposed to be done and the movers are in concurrence, they are usually merged and then read at the same time. But today, something is happening here where the chairman concurs, but the other people wanted to do amendment are also continuing proposing. It means there was no concurrence somewhere. For example, what you are saying now.
We are trying to get the concurrence, Honorable Masara.
Chair, I don't know if I used the wrong language. But
No, I agree with you. We are trying to get that concurrence from the members who have divergent.
It is important that where there is concurrence, that clause need to be read to all members, because when these people are consulting, we were not there. And some of us have interest in specific amendment. That's why we are here.
Thank you.
So the chairman need to be where.
Thank you, Honorable Masara. Thank you. So this is how we will move on this. Chairperson will move his amendments on 24 subclause 2. If carried, the Honorable Wunda and Honorable Nikal will then look at what has been passed, then we'll decide whether they move yours or not. I think that's what you do. The Honorable Chair, move your amendment. 24 subclause 2. We shall move, they have directed.
Honorable Chair, clause 24 subclause 2, we did amend. We did amend in view of correcting, aligning, and improving on the definitions, on the structuring of the of all the provisions there, and there are many, up to X actually, up to X, and Honorable Chair, we have one further amendment that is being proposed by even what Honorable Nikal is proposing does not fit quite well, so we need to amend subclause L. I mean paragraph L. Paragraph L should read, based on our amendments, 24L. Chair, paragraph L should read, we need to insert the one and promote immediately after breed. So, breed and promote sugar crop varieties suited for various agroecological zones in Kenya. So what we did not amend is the sugar crop issue. It is now reading sugar cane. So that is the amendment that we are taking from Honorable Nikal.
Honorable members, I propose the question. We will vote on the chair's amendments. Then we can. If it is further amendment, I propose. You know you moved a further amendment to what you already are proposing here, right?
Yeah.
So I propose the question, therefore.
I propose that the chair we further amend subclause, paragraph L of subclause 2 of clause 24 to insert to substitute the one sugarcane, the one sugarcane with sugar crop.
Thank you. All members, I now put the question that clause 24, subclause 2, be amended and further amended as proposed by the Honorable Mutunga. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. The Honorable Wundo, before I put the final question on this.
Chair, I just want to plead with my colleagues the other side, especially DK. Here is not a contest between Kenya Kwanza and AZIMIO.
Of course
it's
not.
about the sugarcane farmers.
Of course not.
Please, let's listen to each other. Don't shout towards each other. Let us not, spend all the time in supremacy battles.
Thank you.
We have those amendments perfectly in order.
Thank you.
I dropped my amendments in favor of the committee's amendment.
Thank you so much.
That's how sober people do their things.
Thank you. The Honorable Wundo, what you've just done a few minutes ago with the Honorable DK is what is done during committee of the whole. When you have an issue, you just come to the bar here. You have a discussion, and then you move on. I encourage members so that we move with speed. Those members, I now put the question. Then Mojikar dropped his amendments already, right?
So, and it's the same principle. That's why if we had consulted, we would have actually solved all of them. So, but now we have chosen to go one by one. That's okay. But we could have consulted first, and then you would then move one by one, and you would be saying, aye.
Then what stopped you? Because I advised that should happen, but you kept your seat. Honorable kept his seat. Chairman kept his seat.
Chair, I came up to there. Didn't you see me? Even now, do I go there and we go and consult? I'm going to consult.
So, we'll allow you to. The Honorable Chair and the Honorable Nyikal, please do the honors. 2 minutes, then we can proceed. No, we can't put the question because we want to put a global, we want to deal with 24 subclause 2 ones. You don't want to put so many of them. So, huh? The Honorable Nyikal, is there progress in your consultations? Okay, please, go ahead. Go ahead, Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, I think we have agreed and we can now proceed in virtually all of them. We have agreement, if they put sugar crop, when we will come to definition, then we will change that definition and everything is fine.
Okay. So can you please go on record and say you're dropping your amendment on subclause 24 subclause 2? Yes,
I'll go ahead and say that.
Go ahead.
Okay. In having consulted with the chair on his amendments on clause 24, all and the subclauses, I drop mine.
Thank you.
Because when we amend the clause 2 later, it will be in line.
Thank you so much. Members, I now put the question that clause 24's subclause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Does another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 25 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, what we did as a committee here is to reconstitute the entire institute management board, bringing in research and also bringing on board the relevant qualifications for the sugar stakeholders as board members at the board level.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Member for Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hurting. There are people who are born and raised planting sugarcane, understand everything to do with sugar. But there are people here representing somebody's interest, not Kenyan's interest. You cannot be a leader, a member of parliament, and have one side no, one side yes. It seems somebody has already gone through all this and has told you what to say yes and what not to.
Order. Honorable. What's the Honorable Meli? What's the Honorable Meli?
Honorable Chair, I want to point out
use the mic next to you.
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Chair. That the Honorable member from Busia is completely out of order to insinuate that other members in the House, just by putting very clear their position or view on this particular bill, doesn't mean that we are working for any other person. We are systematically and we are better farmers than as you do. That is why we are actually focusing our members and we want to pass our interest.
The member for Busia, I want to repeat this, members. The member for Busia, it's always good to be measured in your contributions. And I said earlier, let's avoid casting aspersions on any member's beliefs or any member's position. Now, I will not allow any point of order on this matter. We have just proposed the chairperson's amendments to clause 25. I will be taking comments on that. I put the question, the member for Kiminini, on 25, right?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Where I come from, we don't plant sugarcane. I am here in solidarity with the brothers and sisters who come from this sugarcane growing area. If you go in those zones, there's a lot of poverty. And the casualty in which the members are taking this bill, it's really shocking. I am here to stand with you, brothers and sisters from the sugar growing zones. Please get serious. This is a house of records. What we are doing or what we are saying towards contributing to this bill is very important. So please, even as we stand here to give you solidarity, get serious. This is a very, very important bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Justice Kemei. But members,
Chair.
avoid.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity. Chair, we are here for the sake of the sugar industry in this country. Some of us believe in the sector so much such that we don't want to lose this bill. Chair, you've guided us that if there are issues of contention, we can come and caucus.
Definitely.
We've just caucused, Chair, on one issue of contention, and we've passed it unanimously.
Yeah.
I want us to encourage that spirit, Chair, instead of us shouting at each other, while we could be able to move faster with some bit of intellect put into the matters at hand, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Order. You know, members, you're missing a point. This is now after 8. Every member sitting here today has interest in this bill. That's why they are not at home. So this idea of trying to think that you are more important than the other or that your point is more than the other, let's leave that. And let's stop casting aspersions on each other's positions. So I want us to deal with clause 25. DK 025? No. I now put the question. That clause 25 as be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
I propose the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 26 be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, before I propose my amendment, I would like members to respect each other. Honorable Chair, when somebody says some members have no brain, I would like that statement withdrawn, Honorable Chair. I think it is very wrong for the honorable member from Busia to have said that because she referred to members on this side. And that is extremely wrong.
Was that on record?
The second thing, it was on record. The second thing, Honorable Chair, is that we should not look at who grows sugar to do a good law. We are doing a law for this nation and for posterity. We are not doing a law for sugar growers of Western Kenya or any part of Kenya. The coastal province grow sugar. There is good sugar beet trials in central Kenya. What are you talking about here? We are doing a law for Kenya. So there is nobody who is biased here. And I'm not the chair of a committee that is led by anyone, and the honorable member needs to withdraw our comments. Honorable Chair.
Chair, move your...
Honorable Chair, having said that, let me move the amendments to clause 27. Honorable Chair, clause 27 I propose that clause 27 is amended as per the order paper. The idea, Honorable Chair, is to broaden the sources of financing and recognize the fees and levies that the Kenya Sugarcane Research
Kenya Sugar Research Institute may earn the levies and fees.
Thank you. That's very clear, Chairperson, and thank you so much. I now propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will everyone that opinion say aye? Will everyone that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended part of the bill. Will everyone that opinion say aye? Will everyone that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Kombe.
Thank you, Chair. Some of us are being agitated by the waving of the paper. We know we are doing something for Kenya. And whatever is going to pass will pass without the paper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Honorable DK, going forward, you shall not waive the paper going forward.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that we, clause 28 is amended as per the order paper. The idea here, Honorable Chair, is to change the title of the end of the Sugar Research Institute from a Director General to a Managing Director, because this is an institute and not a research organization, as you know it.
I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order, Honorable Nyikal. We've just voted on that one. The Honorable Nyikal, you are...
Nothing wrong.
No.
Chair,
order, Honorable Nyikal. The Honorable Nyikal, you're not on the mic because we have passed what you're talking about. I think the Honorable Tongoyo, I think we're able to handle that without anything. Yeah, it's done. We are going to the next amendment. The Honorable Nyikal, Order, the Honorable Nyikal, the options available to you are the following. Resume your seat. The options available to you, Honorable Nyikal, and you know it very well. Could you listen, Honorable Nyikal? The option available to you, which I propose to you, is to recommit that clause, then you have a chance to talk about it at that time. Okay, go ahead.
What happens normally? You can have an amendment in a clause which have many parts. So when the mover is moving, it is good actually to explain both parts. Now you can take one part, like in this case, the part we've taken is actually a very small bit, just changing the title. But the part that is remaining is actually very important because it is dealing with the qualifications of the person. So my colleagues, in all honesty, it is better then to raise chair all those and then we take it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so let's do that as we proceed.
Thank you, but Honorable Nyikal, what I've been doing, sitting here, what I've been doing without fail on every clause, I've not skipped a single step. After proposing a question, I normally pause before I put the question. I do that for every clause. On this one, you didn't carry your hand up to say anything. It has to go on record that way too. That when I proposed the question, no one rose on their feet to say they wanted to contribute on that particular amendment. Not you, not anybody else. But the point is made. The Honorable Owundo, you have an amendment to clause 28.
Chair, of course, I see Kiplagat is already turning his head. He has been told you do this and that. See, it doesn't matter, but you'll go on record, Chair.
Let him be.
Yeah, so that whatever happens,
let the Honorable Decay be.
Yeah, it will go on record. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, and I want to indulge the Chair clearly. And my amendments on clause 28 is a merely a procedural and a standard amendment, and I'm saying, by inserting the following new words, in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, immediately after the words instrument of appointment. And this is in line with the constitutional provision that salaries and remuneration for any state officer are set by Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We can as well ignore it, but that's the procedure.
Thank you.
But that's what I just want to put on record. They can say no, it's their business.
Thank you.
The courts will deal with it.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 28 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Owundo. Chair.
Chair, as I said earlier in the last discussions we had, the last debate, Chair, we do not need to bring in Salaries and Remuneration Commission into a subsectoral bill because the Public Service Commission does consultation before they define the terms and conditions of engagement. And one of the institutes they consult is the Salaries and Remunerations Commission. So you don't have really to pronounce it here. It's over legislating, Chair. Chair, when I spoke about clause 28, I forgot clause 28C.
That's passé.
Second.
That's passé.
Okay. So, Chair, clause 28, part 2 is also amended by deleting what is in the bill and substituting.
Honorable Mutunga, we already voted on that clause. I now put the question that clause 28 before the amended as proposed by Honorable Owundo. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 28 as amended is part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 5.
Pose the question that part 5 be part of the bill. The Honorable Owundo.
Chair, and this stems from the general trend we have been discussing. When we are talking about in the definition in clause 2, Chair, first of all, let me move that I move the part 5 on the heading be amended as provided for in the order paper. And that, Chair, comes from the definition of the sugar industry that is an entire value chain process from production, from the farm, all the way to retail. And that's why in that view, I was proposing, when we are looking about appointment of as they have put sugar, appointment of crop inspectors will only be dealing with a small section of the entire value chain. That's why I'm proposing, Chair, that part be changed to read appointment of sugar industry inspectors, so that we encompass the entire value chain process.
Honourable members, I propose the question that the heading of part 5 sugar bill be amended as proposed by the Honourable Owundo. Yes, Chair.
Chair, I agree. We agree with the amendment of Professor.
Honourable members, I put the question that the heading of part 5 of the bill be amended as proposed by Honourable Owundo. Will another opinion say aye? Will men of the counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that part 5, heading of part 5 as amended part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 29.
I propose the question that clause 29 be part of the bill. Honourable Owundo.
Chair, consequently to the amendment to part 5, I propose that clause 29 is amended as provided for in the order paper. And this, Honourable Speaker, is to incorporate crop inspectors, factory inspectors, warehousing and transportation inspectors, and any other inspector that the board may consider necessary, and providing qualifications, appointment process, and the issue of training and capacity building along the value chain.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable.
I propose the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wundo. Chair?
Chair, I agree with Professor Wundo's proposed amendments, save for clause 4, sub-clause 4 and 5. And the only problem with sub-clause 4 and 5 is that we need to change from Kenya Research Institute to the board, because these are functions of the sugar board, clause 4 and 5.
Honorable Wundo, would you just consult with the chair so that you either move or remove a further amendment? Well, this is basically just cleaning up. The Honorable Mutunga, you want to move the further amendment so that we put them together?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I wanted to move further amendment in due reference to Sugar Research Institute in subclause 3, 4, and 5 that we may refer to the Sugar Board, because the inspectors are managed and organized and coordinated by the Sugar Board.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 29 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wundo and further amended by the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture. Will the without opinion say aye? Aye. Will the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 29 be, as amended be part of the bill. Will the without opinion say aye? Aye. Will the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 30, 31, and 32.
I propose the question that clauses 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 33 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to include the sugar development levy as a source of funding for the board.
I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, does clause 33 as amended be part of the bill? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Chair?
Honor of Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to redefine the laws and also to provide for the distribution of the, first of all, to define the percentage of the levy, and then to distribute the levy in view of the different user categories as per the under paper. Honor of Chair.
I propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Kemei?
Yeah, Chair, I was looking at Honorable Wangwe, and I thought probably you would have given him the chance earlier. But Chair, I want to support the amendment by the Chair. Chair, what is happening is that we've allocated monies for use in the sugar board by various institutions. Chair, we wanted to ring fence the funding so that at any given time, there'll be no change. For example, Chair, we're saying 40% goes to farmers, 15% goes to the millers, 15% to the research institution. So, Chair, basically the details is just to ring fence the money that will be appropriated by the sugar board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Meli, do you have anything you want to say on this? The Honorable Chair, as Meli gets his seat. The Honorable Wangwe, sorry.
Thank you so much, Chair. Just to emphasize on what Mheshimiwa Kemei has said, the gist of the whole bill is on this clause. And colleagues, it's important we get it very right, that the sharing of the resources that shall come out of the SDL is properly understood, especially the issue of Ken development, which is properly being dealt with. And the issue, there are two issues, Honorable Chair, issue on Ken development and issue on factory and rehabilitation. Because when you get the factory rehabilitation wrong, you will not get the Ken development right. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my amendment actually has been captured by the Chair, but I realize that he has actually levied 4 percentage points. That's why we were trying to consult, because to promote the local industry, I was proposing that the farmers, the local sugar be levied at 2%, then the imported sugar be 4%. And that is, I thought the Chair have captured that quite well.
Thank you.
Yes.
I therefore put the question that, yes, we will do that after. I put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, Honorable Nikal. The Honorable Meli, we just be on the record to drop your amendment because this one has been covered.
Chair, I was in the process of consulting the Chair of Agriculture Committee on the issue of the percentage points, that the farmers or the local sugar be levied 2% and the imported 4% to discourage importation. I hope the Chair, you capture that quite well. Yes, because
the Honorable Meli.
Yes.
I had a request to you.
Yes.
Go on record to say you're dropping or you want to move it.
I want to move it if the Chair has not captured it quite well.
But the Chair's amendment has already been carried. You already voted on it.
Yes, give him the chance.
Honorable Chair, let me explain something to Honorable Meli. In the COMESA trading system, it is discriminatory for us to put a lower levy percentage than what we should levy there. It is actually against the law, the COMESA.
Thank
so
you.
we cannot do that.
Thank
it has
you.
to be the same.
Thank you. Honorable Meli.
I drop.
Thank you so much. Honorable Nikal, your amendment.
Chair, of amendment on 34, subclause 5, and my amendment is to actually reduce the penalty that is put, which here is indicated as 5% per month. So every month, somebody who fails to pay a levy gets 5% of that every month added on the levy. And I was proposing that we get it to 3, because as much as these things are punitive and we're supposed to deterrent, sometimes when it is too high, we realize that with NHIF, it actually now restricts and people just can't pay, and there's nothing you can do. So mine was to reduce it from 5 to 3%, Chair.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 34 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyikal. Chair.
Honorable Chair, the committee did not amend that particular clause, and in view of the explanation that Honorable Nyikal has brought to the floor of the House, I think it makes sense to have a lower levy because it is a penalty.
Thank you. Members, I then put the question that clause 34 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Nyikal. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended is part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 is part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 35 be amended as per the under paper.
Do you have an amendment to that?
Basically, it is to correct some typological. No, there is no amendment on clause 35.
Do you have an amendment to that particular clause, really?
No. We don't have an amendment.
Thank you. This has an amendment, members. So I now therefore put the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Will, as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
I propose the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 36 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is basically to correct a typological error where we are inserting an off between 13 and June.
A very basic one. I propose the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Committee on Agriculture. I put the question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? I now put the question that clause 36 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 37, 38, and 39.
But I propose the question that clauses 37, 38, 39 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 37, 38, and 39 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Honorable Wundo.
Chair, and I want the chair of the committee to listen so that we agree. Chair, clause 40 relates to the appointment of the members of the Sugar Arbitration Tribunal. And I make this proposed amendments in view that a tribunal is now a quasi-judicial body and its appointment must be in line with probably the Judicature Act. And that's why we are saying, Honorable Speaker, Chair, I propose amendments to clause 40, subclause 2 by deleting paragraph B and substituting therefore with the following new paragraph as indicated in the order paper. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Only that what we are saying, Chair, is that the appointment of the members of the tribunal proposed under B should be the exclusive reserve of the Chief Justice without having to go through the cumbersome process of having to consult the Attorney General and the Council of County Governors. It's going to bog down the process, and it's in line with all other tribunals we have been passing here in various acts of Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Wundo. Chair.
Honorable Chair, we agree with the proposal by Honorable Wundo.
I put the question, therefore, that clause 40 be amended as proposed by Honorable Wundo. Will as many without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many with counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore, members, put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many without opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many with counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 41 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to change the one sugarcane to sugar crop, as we discussed earlier, and also improving on the further improve on the scope through recognition of the growers that are already through the recognition of the growers as well.
The question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question, therefore, that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as another opinion say aye? Aye. Will as another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. The Honorable Wundo, you have an amendment that's almost similar.
I think we have already agreed on the text, so I dropped my amendment because already covered.
Thank you. I now therefore put the question that clause 41 be amended, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 42.
I propose the question that clause 42 part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 42 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to enhance clarity and basically to enhance clarity, to make it clearer, because we have defined the role of the tribunal.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Wangwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I just want to support the chair of the committee on that amendment, especially the committee has put the period within 3 months. That condition of 3 months is good, and I want to support it there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Nikal.
I think there are amendment also from Honorable Sabir.
Let's deal with this one first.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Chair, the idea of putting it for any dispute to be resolved within a period of 3 months was to deal with cases and disputes in the sugar industry, which may take a long, long time. So we wanted to give it a timeline so that within that period, the issues are sorted out and it remains in law that it should be done within that period. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. I now put the question that clause 42 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Nikal, do you have the authority from the Honorable Shakil? You got one? Thank you. The Honorable Nikal, then proceed to move the amendment.
Chair, I'm moving this amendment on behalf of Honorable Sabir, who is away and has authorized me through that letter. And the amendment is on 42 2, and the amendment is proposing to put the word within 30 days after the High Court. So what basically 30 days, and what that basically means, an appeal shall lie from the decision of the High Court within 30 days on point of law and order. So what it's doing, that appeal should be within 30 days. So it's just inputting the days which you take, the appeal is done within. After that, probably it lapses. So that
Thank you.
is the only amendment.
Thank you. I propose the question, therefore, that the clause 42 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Shakil.
Agree with Honorable Shakir, because that is interfering with the court processes, which have got their own procedures and rules, and we are likely to interfere with that if we fix a timeline.
Thank you. I put the Honorable Koyo.
Yeah, I want to plead with the chair to accept Honorable Zakil's suggestion. The courts should not be allowed to take for as long as they want. We must give them a specific period within which to execute their mandate. Thank you.
Honorable Wundo, finally.
Chair, there's already a precedence in this country. Petitions, election petitions, have got very clear timelines. Constitutional petitions, even presidential petitions have very clear timelines. And you see, people can drag cases. And you see, as they drag cases, farmers are the farmers who suffer the most. Honestly, we plead, Chair. It's nothing to, and the committee members who are there, we plead with you, please.
I now put the question. Honorable, you want to say something on this?
Chair, I want to support Honorable Shakil's because farmers at times are in trouble. They can actually petition endlessly, and you'll find them suffering, yet the courts are actually giving them a lot of injustice.
Thank you.
So let's allow them to have a timeline.
I now put the question that clause 42 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Shakil Shabir. Will anyone of that opinion say aye? Will anyone of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 42 was amended be part of the bill. Will anyone of that opinion say aye? Will anyone of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48.
I propose the question that clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and 48 be part of the bill. Will anyone of that opinion say aye? Will anyone of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 49 be amended as per the under paper. The reason being that we need to introduce some level of clarity with respect to paragraph C, and also subclause 2, we need to provide for quality control measures. The fact that quality control measures on our chair does not give rise to an offense.
I propose the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will anyone of that opinion say aye? Will anyone of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question, therefore, that clause 49 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Because there's no amendment, I put the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 51 be amended by deleting clause 51. This is, Honorable Chair, this is moved to clause 20 as clause 28 because it provides for sugar imports, and we are discussing all the issues of import around that area.
Thank you. I have therefore proposed a question that clause 50 be deleted. I put the question that clause 50 be deleted. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. Chair.
Chair, I propose that clause 52 be amended as per the under paper. The idea is to develop it as a standalone clause.
I propose the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. I propose the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I propose the question that clause 53 be part of the bill. Chair?
Honourable Chair, I propose that clause 53 be amended as per the order paper, that is by deleting subclause 2 and substituting subclause 3 by deleting the one subsection whatever. 2. Basically by changing, if we delete subclause 2, Chair, we look at clause 53, if we delete subclause 2, then subclause 3 will basically refer to subsection 1 instead of subsection 2 because subsection 2 has already been deleted.
So cleaning up.
And then C, Chair, by inserting the following new clause. Basically to provide for the general penalty.
I propose the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. I put the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. There is Honorable Baraza, if he's in the house. Honorable Dismas Baraza. His amendment is dropped consequently. The Honorable Shabil.
That is actually to just add to clause 53 sub 3, and it is in reference to what the agreement shall include. And is saying that after 53A, we have AA, the right of a grower to grow sugar crop on their land. So that when the agreements are being done, that we included in the substance of the agreement.
Thank you,
Chair.
I propose the question that clause 53 be further amended as proposed by Honorable Shakil. Chair?
Agree with the proposal.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 53 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Shakil. As many of that opinion say aye. Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 53 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Nabi, you have an issue.
No.
Just give him the mic.
I have an amendment on that.
No, it's a new one.
We will have a new clause which you will have a chance to move amendment at. Just relax, Honorable Member. We'll come to you at the right time.
Clause 54.
I propose the question that clause 54 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that we amend clause 54 as per the order paper. The justification is that the governance of private mills should be in accordance with their articles of association to enable them to do their work. We do not want interference.
Honorable Chair, propose what you're proposing, because from what you've said, you're proposing a deletion. Just be on the record. 54.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 54 be deleted.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 54 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 54 be deleted as proposed by the chair. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Owundo, you know the effect of that. That your amendment automatically falls because there's nothing to amend anymore.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Clause 55.
I propose the question that clause 55 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 55
be amended by deleting clause 55.
Why are you deleting?
Or else shall we, clause 55 and clause 54 basically provide for what we think is not correct. Private meals being, allowing individuals to sit in the board.
Thank you. Yeah. I now put the question. I propose the question that clause 55 be deleted. Yes, Honorable Nikal?
Yeah, well, what I thought, the whole concept on the whole issue of this act is actually protecting farmers. And we know that these millers, actually that's where the problem has been. So my understanding of what has been going on has been that we try as much as possible to protect the farmers so that if the millers can have at least one of them in their companies, they'll have more information. So I thought that was and it sounded reasonable to me in the concept of protecting the farmers.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
thank you.
I would oppose the amendment.
Chair, I think by deleting that clause, we are being retrogressive. And I can give you an example. Butali Sugar, which is one of the best performing private sugar companies, is so doing because it has a farmer outgrower representative in the board. Actually, the chair of Butali Outgrowers is part of the board of Butali Sugar. And if you can see, it is the only factory in this country that pays farmers within 7 days. Because he is there, he ensures that farmers' interests are at the table of discussion. So, Chair, I would want to persuade the chairman of the Agriculture Committee with a lot of humility to allow that.
Thank you. Members, we've just deleted 54, which 54 had removed the issue of percentages and all that, so just remind yourself and check the bill. Yes, Honorable Martin Piras of Wino.
Actually, I just want the chair of agriculture to explain what would be the harm of having this representative from private, because in the way I represent, we have a private one. And their participation in this sugar issues is very helpful to the farmers. So you just help us to, get it right. What is wrong with them representing, in those boards? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Kemei. The Honorable Chair, just a minute.
Chair, the Honorable Nabuera has brought a case that is not legislated, but it works. And therefore, Chair, we are of the opinion that since we are dealing with private entities, there is no way in which we can determine the boards of private entities. But we would encourage them, Chair, to bring on board farmers by private arrangement like the way they have done in Butali. But we cannot legislate that, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Chair, finally. Okay. Before you, Chair, you're a big man, you have to wait for...
Thank you, Chair. Chair, looking at the spirit of the bill, when we were here with Justice Kemei and Honorable Member Tinderet and yourself, the spirit was on that clause that we do not condition the private millers on who and how much or what percentage they are supposed to hold, by just allowing them that they can invite maybe an outgrow organization or a farmer representative organization and engage that party at their own will, as long as they sit on the board and make decisions that affect the farmers at that time. And that's why when you look at the clause, it's very plain. So maybe I would want to indulge my chair that we look at it from that angle, from the spirit, and say we invite the growers to be on that at that level. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Finally.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, if you look at the spirit of clause 54, it is specific 51% of shareholding in a private mill, sugar factory, goes to the farmers. Chair, that is punitive. So we know we can have arrangements. And Chair, we visited, we went to all the regions. We visited around 11 sugar mills out of 16. So we really are talking from a background.
Chair, we are done with that now.
Okay.
We are dealing with 55.
Okay.
55 is dealing with inviting outgrowers to the board. It doesn't have any percentages of holding shares. In fact, they don't have shares.
This one will...
The 55 doesn't have any issue to do with shares.
I think we had considered all of them out. Chair, maybe we may have to go by the movement of the House.
So I think you have to go either way.
Yeah.
And therefore, I put the question that clause 55 be deleted. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The nays have it. So we go to Honorable Nyikal. That's okay. Let's hear what he has to say. Honorable Kemei.
Chair, I know we've passed that one, Chair.
Yes.
But with due respect and with the understanding that we cannot legislate in vain, Chair, we cannot have something without any practical implications in law. Chair, I'll want us to be guided properly, because if, for example, he owns Company A, and we are saying in Company A, he must ask 51% to come from somewhere else. How would that be practical, Chair?
The Honorable Kemei,
Yeah.
I want to repeat this. Just resume your seat if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Now, the clause that talked about percentages was clause 54, and that was deleted. The clause we've just voted on now is clause 55, and clause 55 talks about the private sugar millers inviting reps from growers in their boards. No percentages of shares, no requirement of giving any shares, it's just being in the board. That's what is in 55. The Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, now that it has survived, I have something to amend. Yeah, Chair, I was thinking that again in the concept and the spirit of really strengthening the farmers, because I've seen in all this sugar industry, it's actually the miller and the farmer. And if these people coexist and work well, everything works. But goodwill does not always work. So sometimes the government can put a little if it is protecting public good, which is public good. And I was saying that that person who sits there, what 55.3 was saying, that he'll not stay there for more than 2 years, and I was amending that to be 3 years, because seriously speaking, if you sit in a board for 2 years, you make no contribution. So 3 years, at least 1 year you are learning, the next 2 years you can make a contribution, and then you go.
Thank you.
So that is my amendment, Chair.
I now propose a question that clause 55 be amended proposed by the Honorable Nyikal. I put the question that clause 55 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Nyikal. Will as many other opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 55 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I propose the question that clause 56 be amended. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that...
Order members, let you are concerned with in low tones.
I propose that clause 56 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, the committee recommending that clause 56 be deleted because we have moved the part schedule, the land schedule into the regulations. So it's referring to what is already deleted from this bill.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 56 be deleted. I put the question that clause 56 be deleted. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I propose the question that clause 57 be amended, be part of the bill. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 57 be amended as per the under paper. Honorable Chair, we need to include for subsection, subclause A, we include the county governments, and then we properly define the collection centers, and also we also include other areas, more areas for regulation into the regulation with respect to that is with respect to subclause B, subclause 2, and with respect to subclause 3, we need to also delete the subclause 3 because this particular subclause refers to constitutional provisions, and we do not need to lift constitutional provisions into the bill.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. This Honorable Oundo.
I just want to indulge the chair in the spirit of the expanded definition of sugarcane and sugar crop or sugar producing crop in part 2, B2K, where the cessation of any inspector of books, by inspector of books, documents, and sugarcane. Probably we need to expand that definition to include sugarcane and sugar crop. And secondly, we have also again, Chair, expanded the definition of an inspector to look at the sugar industry inspector. So obviously then the cessation should also probably any other item or plant and machinery used in the sugar industry. I'm just suggesting just probably can move it in an amended form to now to capture the new arrangements we have in the books. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, in response to that? Or do you want to consult your team first?
I think I need to consult my
please
team.
go ahead.
Let me consult my...
Chair is back, so give the chair the mic.
Yeah, we change that.
The Honorable Chair, we're waiting for you.
Yeah, Chair, we agree that we can amend further amend the term sugarcane to read sugar crop in view of the spirit of the bill and the definitions that
Please move the amendment formally, therefore.
So, Chair, I do move the amendment that clause 57, subclause 2, as paragraph 2 be amended.
Be further
amended to delete the ones sugarcane and substitute with sugar crop.
Thank you. Members, I now put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it. The same amendment, on the same clause, we have an amendment of the Honorable Shakil.
Chair, Honorable Shakir proposes on 57G to add another consideration under delegated powers. So GA to read long-term leasing of state-owned mills by private investors, including capping of leases to 15 years and structured every 5 years, and rights and obligations of parties to such leases. Chair, the import is basically to bring the leasing issue with more specific terms into the provisions for which the minister can make delegation.
Thank you. I propose, therefore, that the question that clause 57 refer the amendment as proposed by the Honorable Shakil. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, we as the committee was of the opinion that the Privatization Act is sufficient. Okay. So there is no need of bringing it now.
Thank you. Yes, the Honorable Owundo.
Chair, I want to urge Dr. Nyikal, since he's acting on delegated authority given to him by Honorable Shabil, to drop that amendment, because we just passed the privatization bill the other day, and I think it's a better, it's more comprehensive and substantive act to deal with how to deal with leasing, privatization, and the rest. We are a legislation-making body. Me and him are always here. We know the laws that pass here.
Thank you.
Unlike those who come when there's special interests.
We said you don't need to cast aspersions.
No, George.
Thank you.
Just,
thank you. Thank you. Don't level Nyikal.
Yeah, I'm persuaded, and further on is also rather too descriptive.
Thank you.
Yeah, those details. So I drop the amendment.
Thank you. Members, I therefore put the question that clause 57, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as one opinion say aye? Will as one opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, 62 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 17A and new clause 17B.
Honourable members, Chair, move clause 17A for second reading and 17B together. 17A and B together.
I propose that clause 17A and 17B be read a second time.
Go ahead.
Clause 17A is about registration of millers. So it provides for registration of millers and the various categories that are recognized as millers. And then clause 17B is registration of the growers to a factory. And the import of this, Chair, is to provide for the registration of millers by the board and the registration of growers to a factory and the offenses in case of contravention of the provisions.
Thank you. Members, this is in page 12 of 05 and 06. I therefore propose the question that the new clauses 17A and 17B be now read a second time. Yes, Honorable Undo.
And Chair, and I want my colleagues from the sugarcane growing area, especially in western part and Nyanza, to pay very particular attention to these particular amendments. On paper, it looks good and workable because it protects commercial interests of both and cost, and Rift Valley. You know, I passed through Muhoroni, Tinderet, all those areas.
Just say
The
sugar
day I
farmers.
choose. Yeah, I'm just
To be on the safe side, just say sugar farmers.
Sugar farmers. Here, the import is that once you register, you have entered into a sugar agreement, sugar supply agreement, or sugar purchase agreement. You cannot break or breach that agreement, and if you breach, there are penalties. Of course, what has been received by some kind of issues controversial is that does this in any way introduce zoning through the back door? I want to assure, from my understanding, nothing stops